everyone. Good morning and welcome. My name is Mark Jackard, chair of this panel, and with me on the panel are Commissioners Carol Ann Brewer and Tom Losky. Welcome to today's session in the matter of BC Hydro's application for approval of its 2021 Integrated Resource Plan. My apologies for our delay in getting the transcription service up and running. This is not a great start for my first hearing as chair of the commission, so I'll be working with staff to make sure that that this is a very rare occasion. The session now is finally being transcribed, and the audio portion is broadcast on the BCUC YouTube channel. Present today is the BCUC staff team of Nicola Simon, is the project manager, and with her are Phil Stallard, the lead staff, Avery Jones, Charlene DeBoer, Jillian Sykes, and Daniela Guest. And Lino Basuli is our legal counsel. BC Hydro submitted its application to the BCUC on December 21, 2021, and since that time, the proceeding has included 2 rounds of information requests on the original application, intervenor evidence and rebuttal evidence, and associated information requests. On June 13th, BC Hydro filed the signpost update, which included updated plans to accelerate or extend the timing of several existing near-term actions, acquire approximately 3,000 gigawatt hours of new clean or renewable energy from greenfield facilities in BC to achieve commercial operations starting in fiscal 2029, and acquire approximately 700 gigawatt hours of new energy from existing facilities prior to 2029. Following a round of information requests on July 25, 2023, the BCUC amended the IRP process to focus on the load forecast scenarios and new energy acquisitions in the immediate term. On October 3rd, 2023, the BCUC issued Order G-260-23, establishing a revised regulatory timetable, including this oral hearing scheduled for the next 3 days, and a workshop regarding BC Hydro's new energy acquisitions on Monday, October 16th, next Monday. The purpose of this oral hearing is twofold: to cross-examine BC Hydro's evidence and rebuttal evidence on load forecast scenarios, and to cross-examine intervenor evidence on load forecast scenarios. The panel requests that all parties please keep within this scope. Today and tomorrow allocated to the cross-examination of BC Hydro's evidence, and Friday to cross-examination of intervenor evidence. Following appearances, the witnesses will be affirmed. BC Hydro will introduce its panel of witnesses, and then cross-examination will begin in order of appearance, followed by questions from the BCUC staff, concluding with questions from the panel. However, please note that the panel may ask clarifying questions throughout the proceeding at any time. So we plan to take a break mid-morning and mid-afternoon at an appropriate time, and we'll pause for a lunch break around noon, but we also may make some short, more immediate breaks, even short ones each hour, just to help out certain people. So over to you, Mr. Basoli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As this is a oral proceeding that's being transcribed and broadcast over the BCUC YouTube channel, please speak clearly into the microphone, identify who you represent, state your name and spell your last name and first initial for the record. When I call you for an appearance, please also indicate whether you have any preliminary matters that you wish to bring to the panel's attention at this time. Finally, as there are some parties appearing virtually via the MS Teams platform, I ask that all virtual attendees mute your audio and your camera video unless and until you are called upon to speak, so as not to distract others or those within the hearing room. If a virtual attendee is dropped, there are call-in instructions which should have been included with your link to the proceeding. In the event that it may be required, we can temporarily adjourn the proceeding in order to allow you time to reconnect. With that, I will now call for the order of appearances, and the first is British Columbia Hydro and Power Authority.
Good morning, panel. My name is Ian Webb, last name W-E-B-B. I'm here representing British Columbia Hydro and Power Authority, or BC Hydro. With me are two individuals behind me, my co-counsel Clara Ferguson, Ferguson, and BC Hydro's Chief Regulatory Officer Chris Sandvie, Sandve. I don't know that we have time this morning for a lengthy welcome to yourself, Mr. Jacquard, but welcome back to the BCUC.
Thank you.
Next is Fortis BC Energy Inc. and Fortis BC Inc.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Nicholas Hoagie. Last name is spelled H-O-O-G-E, appearing as counsel for Fortis BC Energy Inc. and Fortis BC Inc., which I'll collectively refer to as Fortis BC. Also attending for Fortis BC are Sarah Commander, Regulatory Projects Manager, and Jesse Scharf, Energy Supply Market Analyst. And I'll just note while I'm here that Fortis BC is attending the hearing today as observers only. I don't intend to cross-examine the BC Hydro witness panel. Other than that, have no additional preliminary matters to bring up with the panel.
Thank you.
Next is Clean Energy British Columbia.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. My name is Gavin Fitch. That's F-I-T-C-H, initial G. I'm counsel for Clean Energy BC. I will be joined today by the Executive Director of CEBC, Mr. Kwatuma Sayers. That's S-A-Y-E-R-S. First name K-W-A-T-U-U-M-A. And I can advise that CEBC has no preliminary matters. Thank you.
Next is Untitled Tribal Council.
Good morning, panel. In particular, Mr. Chair, I think I've seen him someplace before. My name is David Austin, A-U-S-T-I-N. I have with me Mr. Jim Weimer. I'm representing the Untitled Tribal Council. I have one preliminary matter, which is in relation to cross-examination of intervener panels. If it's of assistance and if there's a shortage of time, the Untitled Tribal Council will be willing to forego its right to cross-examination in terms of the intervener witness panels, just so that we can get through this proceeding if it's necessary. Thank you.
Next is Quadacha Nation and Seke Dene Nation, the Zone 2 Ratepayers Group.
Sebastian Ennis, E-N-N-I-S, counsel appearing on behalf of Quadacha Nation and Seke Dene Nation, together referred to as the Zone 2 Ratepayers Group. I'm joined by energy consultant Linda Dong, D-O-N-G, and we have no preliminary matters. Thank you.
Next is the Residential Consumer Intervenor Association.
Good morning, sir and panel members. My name is Nancy McKenzie, MC capital K E N Z I E. First initial is N. I'm joined today with representatives of Midgard Consulting, Mr. Peter Helland and Mr. Matthew Matsuziak. Thank you.
Thanks.
And no preliminary matters.
The Commercial Energy Consumers Association of British Columbia.
Good morning, panel. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and welcome back to the BCUC. My name is Chris Weafer. Last name is spelled W-E-A-F-E-R, appearing for the Commercial Energy Consumers Association of BC. With me is my co-counsel, Patrick Weafer, W-E-A-F-E-R. I believe online is Mr. David Craig, and also in the room with us is our expert witness, Mr. David Ince, I-N-C-E. Thank you. We have no preliminary matters.
British Columbia Old Age Pensioners Organization, Active Support Against Poverty, Disability Alliance BC, Council of Senior Citizens Organizations of BC, Tenants Resource and Advisory Center, and Together Against Poverty Society.
Good morning, panel. My name is Irina Mis. Last name is M-I-S, first initial I. I represent British Columbia Old Age Pensioners Organizations for All, known as BCO-APO in this process. I will be joined by my co-counsel, Leah Worth. Last name is W-O-R-T-H, first initial L. And I have no additional or preliminary matters to bring at this time. Thank you.
British Columbia Sustainable Energy Association.
Good morning, members of the panel. My name is William Andrews, A-N-D-R-E-W-S. I represent the BC Sustainable Energy Association and in this proceeding, the Vancouver Electric Vehicle Association. I have no preliminary matters. Thank you.
Next is Metro Vancouver.
Good morning. My name is Richard Stout, S-T-O-U-T. With me is Nicole Chan of Metro Vancouver. I'm an advisor to an amalgamation of cities and districts, including Metro Vancouver, City of Vancouver, City of Richmond, District of North Vancouver, and the District of Saanich. We do not intend to cross-examine, which is why I'm not a lawyer. Thank you.
The next set of appearances will be virtually, I believe. First is BC First Nations Energy and Mining Council.
Hello, good morning. My name is Kirsten McCann, last name spelled M-C-C-A-N-N, first initial K, and I'm appearing for the First Nations Energy and Mining Council. I'm just appearing as an observer today, and I don't have any preliminary matters. Thank you.
Next is the Association of Major Power Customers.
Hi, my name is Emma Russell, R-U-S-S-E-L-L, first initial E, for the Association of Major Power Customers, and we don't have any preliminary matters.
The next three are represented by the same individual, I believe, but I will call all of them up. Kanaka Bar Indian Band, Gitnyao Hereditary Chiefs, and Conifex Timber.
Hi there, I'm Scott Jansen, J-A-N-Z-E-N, representing the Gitnao Hereditary Chiefs, Kanaka Bar, Indian Band, and Conifex Timber. And we have no questions today.
Next is the British Columbia Solar and Storage Industries Association. Is there a Steve Davis online or in the room? Next is Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers. Jeff Morrison, are you online or in the room? And finally, BC Community Solar Coalition. Okay, well, is there any other parties that I have not called, either within the room or virtually? None. With that, that concludes the order of appearances, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we now turn to the panel. I'll ask each person giving evidence to affirm that the evidence that you give will be the truth. So perhaps I don't know if this is a proper protocol anymore. It's been a long time for me, but I'm going to state this and ask each of you to affirm the truth. So do you solemnly promise, affirm, and declare that the evidence you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
My name is Anthea Judd, and yes, I do.
Okay,
My name is Maureen Daschuk, and I do.
right.
My name is Steve Hobson, and I do.
Great, thank you. You may begin, sorry.
Thank you. My name is Webb, first initial I. I have a few opening comments before we turn the witnesses over to the interveners for cross-examination, just to set the stage for who these individuals are and why they're here. In anticipation of the original date for the oral hearing earlier in September 25th, BC Hydro filed a letter in this proceeding, which is marked as Exhibit B50, providing notices of the witnesses BC Hydro intended to present at this oral hearing, rationale for choosing the witnesses to present, and direct testimony of each of the three witnesses. Exhibit B50 also includes a copy of the opening statement Ms. Daschuk will deliver this morning. That exhibit includes direct testimonies of each of the three witnesses. I don't want to spend too much time on this, given the time constraints that we have. However, I do want each of the witnesses to turn up their direct testimony. I'll start with you, Ms. Jubb. If you could please just read into the record your answers to questions 1, 2, 3, 8, and 9 of your direct testimony, please. 1, 2, 3, 8, and 9.
Hi, my name is Anthea Jubb, and I currently hold the position Senior Manager, Load Forecasting in Energy Planning at BC Hydro. I've held this position since July 2022, and I've been with BC Hydro since 2008. The role I played in developing the evidence is that I managed the development of the 2023 load scenarios before demand-side management and self-generation. I managed all aspects of the development of the April 2023 reference load forecast, the 2023 low load scenario, and the 2023 North Coast scenario. I managed the contract with the third-party consulting firm Navius that produced the modeling results used as inputs to the accelerated electrification load scenario, and managed the process of incorporating the Navius results into the signpost update. In my prior role as Senior Regulatory Manager Tariffs, I contributed to the development of the rate design options for the 2021 IRP and managed the regulatory process involved in preparing the 2021 IRP application and responding to Round 1 information requests. In this oral hearing, I'll be speaking to evidence on the reference load forecast and load scenarios before demand-side management and self-generation. This includes our evidence in Appendix C of the application, as well as Section 4.1 and Appendix C1 of the signpost update.
Thank you. You'll note I skipped over questions 4 through 8 of Ms. Jubb's direct testimony. Those questions and answers relate to Ms. Jubb's education, prior professional experiences before joining BC Hydro, and appearances as a witness in prior BCUC proceedings. That information is there in the direct testimony, but in the interest of time, I won't go through that this morning. Ms. Jubb, do you have any corrections or updates to your direct testimony?
No, I do not.
Great, thank you. Ms. Daschuk, if I could ask you to similarly read your responses to questions 1, 2, 3, 8, and 9.
My name is Maureen Daschuk. I'm the Executive Vice President of Integrated Planning at BC Hydro. I've held this position since December of 2017, and I joined BC Hydro in 2009. With respect to my role in developing the IRP, I was the executive sponsor for the development of the 2021 IRP and the signpost update. I was involved in the review of the application as well as the review of information requests and responses related to this application. In this hearing, I will be speaking to why BC Hydro prepares a reference load forecast and load scenarios, how we use them in long-term resource planning, and I will also be speaking to how BC Hydro considers government policy in developing the reference load forecast and load scenarios.
Thank you. Are there any corrections or updates to your direct testimony?
No.
Great, thanks. And Mr. Hobson, if I could similarly ask you to go through your answers to those same questions.
My name is Steve Hobson. I'm the Director of DSM Policy and Strategy at BC Hydro. I've been in this position since April of 2023, but with BC Hydro since 1992 in a variety of roles, all related to demand-side management. Role I played within the development of BC Hydro's evidence, I managed the development of the energy efficiency and demand response components of the demand-side measures resource options, as they're described in section 6.3.1 and Appendix K of the 2021 IRP application, as well as the existing and committed demand-side measures included in the resource balances before planned resources. In this hearing today, I will be speaking to evidence related to the existing and committed demand-side measures included in the load resource balances before planned resources.
Thank you. Do you have any corrections or updates to your direct testimony?
I do not.
Thank you very much. With that, Ms. Daschuk, as I mentioned, has an opening statement. I'll ask you to present that now. Thank you.
Thank you to the Commission panel, staff, and interveners for your contributions to the review of BC Hydro's Integrated Resource Plan. I'm going to skip over the introduction of the panel as we've just covered that. This hearing is an important part of the process to review BC Hydro's IRP. Providing a reasonable reference load forecast and load forecast scenarios is foundational to the subsequent actions, such as the need to acquire new energy, build new infrastructure, offer new rates, or implement demand-side management programs. Load forecasting is one of those issues that always inspires a wide range of perspectives. Some of you may feel that our load forecast and load forecast scenarios are potentially overstating the potential future energy demand for electricity. And if that's true, the subsequent actions to address the resource gaps may be called into question, as they will be perceived as putting risk of paying for those actions on the current customer base and impacting affordability. Some of you may feel that our load forecast and load forecast scenarios are potentially understating the potential for future demand for electricity. And if that is true, then we may not be able to serve the potential demand both from existing and current customers who are looking to expand their services, as well as new customers who want to build homes or build businesses in British Columbia. And if that is the case, then our actions are going to be perceived as limiting economic development, as well as society's ability to meet climate change targets. Both of these perspectives are valid and important. And we've strived with the 2021 IRP and the June 2023 update to carefully consider those uncertainties and trade-offs and put forward a plan that we believe best addresses where we are today. I want to take a few moments to talk about how things have evolved over time. The 2021 Integrated Resource Plan was based on load scenarios approved in December of 2020. If we reflect back to that time, we were in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. Many people who were able were working from home. Schools, restaurants, office buildings were closed. People weren't traveling. Governments were spending money to support individuals and businesses who were struggling with the pandemic. And these were unprecedented times for our load forecasting team as they sought to understand whether and how the pandemic might impact future electricity demand. By example, ITRON conducted a survey of 73 electric utilities across North America, and in 2022 reported that actual system electricity sales in 2020 dropped by 1.14% as a result of the pandemic. In the midst of the pandemic, both the Conference Board of Canada and the BC Treasury Board under-forecast economic indicators, reinforcing the challenges of forecasting. We needed the December 2020 load forecast to inform our near-term actions so that in June of 2021, we could file a draft integrated resource plan, which enabled us to consult on our recommendations before filing the IRP in December of 2021. I think it may be an understatement to say that a lot has happened since December of 2020, which has made it necessary for us to file an updated plan in June of 2023. Almost 18 months after the filing of the IRP and 30 months after the approval of the December 2020 load forecast. So I understand the load forecast must be reviewed in the context in which we find ourselves today. Planning in a time of global energy transition is difficult. Climate events are affecting people around the world. In British Columbia, the heat dome of 2021 and the atmospheric river flooding event in November of 2021 are just local examples. And in 2023, BC is experiencing the worst year for wildfires in terms of hectares burnt. Across the globe, jurisdictions are taking different approaches to GHG emissions reductions. Since we filed the IRP update in June, there have been further developments. For example, we're aware that the government of British Columbia is in consultation on 3 issues that will likely impact future load forecasts: the heavy-duty zero vehicle emissions mandate, the net zero requirement for new industry, and the output-based pricing for carbon emissions. Adoption of the BC Energy Step Code is also evolving with municipalities. Every month, we have new customers entering our interconnection process. Other customers are proceeding through that interconnection process while others are dropping out. And because of the dynamic nature of the changes impacting the demand for electricity, we believe that the best approach is to focus on targeted updates to the IRP on an 18-month cycle following the decision from the Commission. And I'm sure we'll be using some of the time during this hearing to discuss our approach to that living IRP. We believe that the methodology that we've used to develop our reference load forecast is robust and building from the ground up. This forecast is a key input into our revenue requirements applications, and the accuracy in the near-term horizon has been strong. The methodology we used for the accelerated electrification scenario is a top-down methodology model, and it's purpose-built to show one of the pathways to achieve the province's climate targets. Combined with the low load growth North Coast scenarios, we believe we've provided a spectrum of possible outcomes for which BC Hydro must be ready. And we are asking the Commission to accept these load scenarios as they are foundational to all of the actions we're proposing. We believe they appropriately address the dynamic nature of energy transition and demonstrating a range of possible outcomes for which BC Hydro must be ready to respond. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, there we go. Good morning, members of BC Hydro's witness panel. As I indicated during the preliminary introductions, my name is Gavin Fitch, and I am legal counsel for Clean Energy BC, which I may refer to during my cross-examination as CEBC. Just by way of getting ourselves oriented, I will, of course, be referring to certain documents that have already been filed on the record and have exhibit numbers. So what I propose to do is I'll identify the exhibit number and the PDF page number. If you want to check, make sure I'm I'm correct in my citation, you should feel free to do so. I don't know if it's the intention of the panel to have documents pulled up onto the screen as we refer to them. I'm agnostic as to how we proceed in that respect.
Yeah, I'm fine if we don't do that.
Okay, yeah, that tends to slow things down.
Yeah, I'd rather that we're as efficient as possible.
All right, so to begin, and I'll just address most of my questions to you, Ms. Dashik, as the chair of the panel, and if you want to have someone else answer, you can do that. All right, so BC Hydro, of course, is aware that CEBC retained an expert witness, Mr. Travis Lesney of Power Advisory, to prepare a report for it in this proceeding? Okay. And I'm sure that BC Hydro has read and considered Mr. Lesney's report?
Yes.
And for the record, Mr. Lesney's report is Exhibit C5-6. Ms. Dashik, does BC Hydro recall that Mr. Lesney's opinion is that BC Hydro has underestimated the most probable supply need for BC's electricity system, and that the advanced electrification scenario with demand-side management under delivery would provide a more appropriate base resource plan? Do you recall that?
We just wanted to clarify that the accelerated electrification scenario with DSM under delivery is not one of the scenarios that we put forward, but we acknowledge that that is the content of the evidence submitted.
Okay, I just want to make sure, well, firstly, can you pull your microphone a little bit closer? Thank you. Yeah, I understand that's not your position. I just wanted to to get on the record that that was the position of, or that is the position of CEBC and Mr. Lesney, because I want to ask some questions about the various positions.
Okay.
Fair?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, of course, that was in January of 2023, which was before the signposts update, correct? You're going to have to say yes.
I'm going to probably refer many of these questions to Ms. Jubbs, so that's why I was looking over to my right.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And as I understand it, signposts are, as used by BC Hydro in this context, are events or trends that may have implications for resource planning?
That is generally correct, and we have provided a discussion of the signpost monitoring process in our signpost update on page 12. That's generally correct.
Okay. And as I understand it, the signpost update is intended to reflect global, federal, provincial, and local trends that are increasing the likelihood of higher electricity demand growth in the future. Is that fair?
That's only part of the signpost monitoring process. There are also signposts that I'm getting a bit of feedback. So is my volume okay?
Keep talking.
Okay.
Sorry, excuse me. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
I think the microphone's muted.
Is it still muted? Okay, I'll continue then, and if there's an issue, just let me know. So the signposts do monitor for signals that could increase load, and there's quite a lot of feedback.
Just keep talking, because otherwise we can't adjust.
Okay, thank you. And there's also indicators that can decrease load. And an area recently where we have seen signposts that have resulted in decreased load, in particular are in the forestry sector, where we have had a number of large customers announce indefinite or permanent curtailments.
All right, well, thank you. I'm just going to try to repeat, because of the feedback issue, a very, I would say, unclean exchange on the record. So would you agree, Ms. Jubb?
I think what I heard was that the update was both to reflect causes that would increase electricity demand, but could include things that would decrease electricity demand.
Fair
Is that
enough.
fair?
Both are included.
Good.
Increases
So
and
I don't know if we need to
decreases.
repeat the question, but I understand why you said that because of the whole microphone problem.
Okay, good enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So given the profound changes in the outlook for the electricity sector between December 2020, when the original load forecast was developed, to now, in late mid-2023, did BC Hydro consider developing new or different scenarios than the ones that it originally developed?
No, we did not.
And given the changes, the many changes in public policy, in economic trends, in technology innovation, and customer preferences, as part of the signpost update process, did BC Hydro assess the potential for the accelerated electrification scenario to become the reference or base case?
From a load forecast perspective, we assessed each load scenario for any relevant signpost updates and did our best to update them to reflect the current environment.
So I'm going to take that to be a no.
Questions for me?
I took it to be a yes, but.
Oh.
Yeah, I would agree.
Well, the question was whether BC Hydro assessed the potential for the accelerated electrification scenario to become the reference case. Did you do that?
So the methodology that we use for creating a reference load forecast is a bottom-up review of how we develop a load forecast. Had that bottom-up review with the proven methodology produced a result that was equal to the accelerated electrification scenario, then those two scenarios would have been the same, but they did not.
Okay. And it might be helpful if BC Hydro were to tell the Commission what it means by the terms bottom-up in reference to the reference forecast and top-down in reference to the advanced electrification scenario. What do you mean by using those terms?
Would you like to take that?
Sure. The BC Hydro's reference load forecast uses a well-established methodology that examines our expected changes that can be forecast with reasonable certainty. As an example, for the large industrial sector, we look at every individual large load, large customer load, both the existing load and also service requests. In contrast, the accelerated electrification load scenario targets a greenhouse gas emission reduction or absolute level and produces a model based on examining sectors and segments of the economy. So as an example, for the industrial sector, it examines the entire natural gas production industry, whereas BC Hydro's reference load forecast examines each individual electrical customer.
Okay. So bottom-up means you looked at actual data. Top-down means you modeled.
Can I keep this?
Is that a
I'm still on this
fair
topic.
summary?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
So bottom-up means you used actual data, and top-down means you did modeling.
I wouldn't characterize it that way. All the load scenarios use actual data. It's more the granularity of the individual customer-specific loads.
Okay. And I read in the application, so that's Exhibit B1, and the reference is page 1-5 or PDF 21, that BC Hydro says contingency resource plans were developed for scenarios where electricity needs were, quote, significantly higher or lower than our reference case, end of quote. You recall that?
That certainly sounds correct.
Okay. So what did or does BC Hydro mean when it used the word significantly higher in relation to the advanced electrification? Did you quantify that, or can you quantify it?
Yes, we certainly can see that visually. I would refer you to figure 4-1 of the signpost update, which is on page 27. It's a visual that shows our historic load, which has, from 2003, which has been pretty flat. And then we show the load scenarios going out into future for 20 years. You can see the reference load forecast with moderate growth, the accelerated load scenario substantially higher growth on the range of 10,000 GWH higher by 2030 approximately, and the low load scenario that maintains essentially the trajectory that we've experienced historically, which is flat growth.
But was there a threshold for what BC Hydro meant by significantly?
There was no predetermined threshold for that adjective.
Okay, thank you. Am I correct in understanding that the reference load forecast is actually an input into the advanced electrification scenario, one of many different inputs?
It is at a system level, yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the top-down advanced electrification scenario methodology is not as robust as your bottom-up reference scenario?
No, I wouldn't agree that it's not as robust. I would characterize them as being different modeling methods with a different framework. Both are robust in their own ways. and they're just different.
Would you agree that the analyses supporting the contingency resource plans are not as extensive as those underpinning the base resource plan?
Well, given that we're not here today to speak about the contingency actions, we're here to speak about the load forecast. I would prefer that we answer questions about the load forecast, not the subsequent actions.
Well, I'll ask you about the analyses that underpin it, and I have a reference to the IRP. If you want to look at the reference, and if you still think my question's not relevant, that's fine. I think it is, though. So I'm going to ask that you have a look at the IRP, which is Exhibit B-1, page 50 or PDF 292. And I'll just read the quote. At that reference that I just gave you, BC Hydro states, quote, "The analyses supporting the contingency resource plans are not as extensive as those underpinning the base resource plan. Given the uncertainty around the scenarios, our focus has been on developing plausible plans rather than optimizing the plans."
I appreciate that that is a direct quote. My argument is that we are here today to speak about the load forecast. We are not here today to speak about the action plans that were developed as a result of the load forecast. We don't have the individuals here who are going to speak about those action plans, and we subsequently updated those action plans in the signpost update. I think it would be likely a better discussion held on the 16th when we talk about the actions that we take as a result of the load forecast.
All right. Ms. Dashik, would you agree that because of these significant policy changes that are reflected in the signpost update, the advanced electrification scenario is not as uncertain now as it was when the IRP was prepared in 2021?
We don't assign probabilities to the scenarios. But that said, I think it's fair to say that we see a definite trend towards more electrification. We've signaled that, and we believe that one of the reasons we really want to have this concept of the living IRP with the 18-month updates is that the world is changing at such a rapid pace, and so we need to be able to respond more quickly.
Thank you. And would you agree that because your advanced electrification scenario utilized a top-down methodology, BC Hydro does not really know what the system would actually look like were that scenario to unfold?
Again, we are here today to speak about the load forecast and not the responses that we would take under those different scenarios in terms of the system configuration.
Is it possible to, given that the reference scenario is an input to the advanced electrification scenario, is it possible to directly compare the two scenarios?
Compare in what way?
Well, for example, you say in the signpost update, so that's Exhibit B39 at PDF 55, and this is in relation to the top-down approach. Quote, "This top-down approach does not require or result in modeling the greenhouse gas reduction impacts of individual initiatives such as large industrial developments, nor does it provide a regional breakdown." End of quote. So I guess what I'm trying to get at here is in the bottom-up reference scenario, you actually have looked at the impact of specific developments on greenhouse gas reductions, but that's not what you did in the advanced electrification scenario, is it?
To clarify, the reference load forecast examines customer loads to build up a electricity load forecast, not a greenhouse gas emission forecast. The accelerated load scenario is calibrated to a greenhouse gas emissions target, but it is also a representation of electricity load. While it does not provide specificity as to the load location, and that is a limitation, arguably, of the accelerated electrification load scenario, we do have a lot of information on where our loads are located, and we were able to allocate the incremental demand from the accelerated electrification load scenario based on that intelligence that we have about where our customers are locating.
Thank you. Let me take you to another evidentiary reference, which is one of BC Hydro's responses to an information request by the Commission in relation to the signpost update. So that's Exhibit B43, PDF page 43. So to set this up, the Commission asked BC Hydro to elaborate on how each type of new load is considered in each of its different load scenarios, so reference, low, and advanced electrification. And the response, which is on PDF page 45, or in that response, BC Hydro states with regard to the advanced electrification scenario, quote, as the accelerated electrification load scenario does not produce results by BC Hydro subsector and end use, we are unable to quantify the load impacts of each new type of load, end of quote. So when I asked about whether you can compare, isn't this an example where you can't compare because of the different methodology used in the two different scenarios? Would you agree with that?
I believe you're referring to BCUC IR 4.131.3, and the statement is correct that we cannot compare at an end use or BC Hydro rate class or BC Hydro segment level the accelerated electrification load scenario to the reference load forecast, and that is a limitation of the modeling methods.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I can just insert a question here.
Yes.
But is it also not true that the bottom-up approach could be just as uncertain as a top-down approach, because you're soliciting information from clients and potential clients about what their electricity demand would be, and that could also be incorrect, at least what we've learned historically, what they tell you and then what actually happens.
There's uncertainty in any forecast. That is certainly true, especially as you go out in time.
Yeah, thank you.
And in particular in the industrial sector, where we have the highest degree of uncertainty. And I think that the information response that best addresses that different degrees of uncertainty is Commercial Energy Consumers Association Information Request 4.32.3, where we outline that even within the industrial sector, we have assigned probabilities that for loads that are included in the reference load forecast, from possible, uncertain, possible, probable, and highly probable. So there is a degree of uncertainty in those as well.
Great, thanks very much. Didn't mean to slow us down too much. Please go ahead.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So what I'm taking from this, and again, if you don't agree, I'm sure you'll tell me, but what I'm taking from this is that it's there are at least challenges to comparing the reference case and the advanced electrification case because of the fact that different methodologies were used for each. Would you agree with that?
At a system level, which is the purpose of integrated resource planning, we're looking at the entire system. Both methods produce system level results that are comparable. If this were a revenue requirements proceeding where we need to know revenue by rate class, that would be a different story, and it would be challenging, the issue of comparability. But for system forecasting, both approaches provide a system view that can be comparable at that level, can be compared at that level.
Would you agree that one of the critical questions facing the Commission in this proceeding is whether the reference case or the accelerated electrification case more accurately reflects likely future load?
I don't have a position on that. We do have extensive evidence that we've provided in our rebuttal of the reference load forecast performance over the last 7 years, and it has been very strong over the last 7 years. Our variances have been well within industry norms. So the reference forecast is a proven forecast over the near term. Once you get out past 10 years, I think every forecast is likely to be wrong.
You can confirm that the BC Energy Action Framework was released on or about March 14, 2023?
That's right.
Okay. And do you recall being asked by the Commission in one of its information requests on the signpost update? This is PDF page 95 of Exhibit B43. So BC Hydro was asked by the Commission to discuss changes in load forecast assumptions in response to the Energy Action Framework. Do you recall that?
Yes, I think the reference that if you could confirm, this is BCUC IR 4.137.1?
I believe so.
Yes.
And can you also confirm that the response from BC Hydro stated in part that the 2023 accelerated electrification scenario was substantially complete prior to the release of the Energy Action Framework, and as such, it was not directly considered in that load scenario, correct?
That is true.
Yeah.
However, I would just expand that the accelerated electrification load scenario is designed to meet those same greenhouse gas emission reduction targets that the Energy Action Framework is supporting.
All right, thank you. And then finally, with respect to the accelerated electrification scenario, in an information request on the signpost update from CEBC, so this was IR 4.3.3, PDF page 363 of Exhibit B43, CEBC asked BC Hydro what data points, information, or guidance is BC Hydro following to determine if its load forecast is trending towards the reference case or the accelerated electrification case. Do you recall that IR?
I do recall it. I don't have it in front of me, but I do recall it.
All right. Part of the response was BC Hydro stating that there are a number of different signposts which, if observed, would indicate a greater likelihood of the load trajectory of the accelerated electrification scenario occurring. And those signposts are, firstly, steady economic growth across all sectors of the BC and the global economy. Second, consistent, effective, and increasingly stringent greenhouse gas emission reduction legislation across Canada and among our global trading partners. Thirdly, widespread market adoption of electric heat pumps in new construction and retrofits across all building types. Fourthly, availability and widespread market adoption in BC of heavy-duty electric and hydrogen-fueled vehicles, industrial-scale electric heat pumps, active heat recovery, development of electrolysis-based hydrogen production, for the purpose of blending with natural gas distribution infrastructure and continued customer interest in electrifying natural gas industry loads and the moderation of barriers to such interconnections, such as barriers related to cost and land use. Is that a fair summary of what you said in that response?
I do remember that response, and I can confirm that that is our response. I do have a clarification to make with respect to that response. It might be a minor issue, but I did just want to clarify it. So there is a statement on this response that says, development of electrolysis-based hydrogen production for the purpose of blending with a natural gas distribution infrastructure. On further review, I now understand that the accelerated electrification load scenario blending of hydrogen with natural gas infrastructure assumes that hydrogen is imported from Alberta. And the electrolysis-based hydrogen referred to in this response is for heavy-duty transportation. That's just a clarification for the record. Please continue.
Thank you. So just to try to unpack that, that response, the first signpost or indicator was steady economic growth. Has BC, or can BC Hydro quantify what it means by steady economic growth?
By memory, and I can pull that up if you'll bear with me. The accelerated electrification load scenario does include a forecast of, it does include economic forecasts, and broadly speaking, it does have a moderate, steady growth in the major economic indicators such as GDP.
Well, I think what we're wondering is whether you actually quantified it. It's one thing to qualitatively say steady economic growth, widespread market adoption. What CEBC is interested in knowing is, did you actually quantify those
Yes.
signposts or indicators?
Oh, I see what you're asking. Yes, we certainly do. So just for reference, this is the previous accelerated electrification load scenario, but the forecasts are available for the new one if required. So for the previous accelerated electrification load scenario, as an example, they had a long-term forecast of GDP growth of 1.5%. We monitor all of the economic indicators through our consultant, Conference Board of Canada, who are independent experts in economic forecasting. We have provided the most recent, or the Conference Board of Canada report that was used for the signpost update, and all of the economic indicators, they are provided in Exhibit B39, and that is Appendix C1, Attachment 2. And the Conference Board of Canada is projecting an economic slowdown, but not a recession in BC.
So, excuse me for intervening again, but so you're asking a question that the answer is in the evidence, is that correct?
Well,
the numeric answer?
You see, the issue, Mr. Chair, is we couldn't locate the answers. If we had, I like to think I wouldn't be asking them.
Right. I just fear a process
Yeah.
in which we end up creating so much information that we're spending time
Understood.
asking questions about where things might be in the information. Perhaps BC Hydro would have provided that as a
Well,
information
I
request
wonder if, to expedite this line of inquiry, whether BC Hydro might just simply undertake to provide me the evidentiary references. So that would be for what it means by steady economic growth, what it means by widespread market adoption of electric heat pumps, and what it means by availability and widespread market adoption of electric vehicles. Is that satisfactory?
Excellent.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short break here. We've just certain needs of that we need to do that. So it'll be a 5-minute break. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
go ahead. You guys go ahead. I'm going to stay here. It's okay. I'll just make one comment. It's almost an encouragement to the BC Hydro panel. So really, my comments at the end of the session were not a critique of you, because there's just so much information out there. But you can also do undertakings where you'll just tell us that you know there's a number in there somewhere. Rather than leaf through it, you'll get it to us as an exhibit afterwards, if that's all right with the panel, which will help us to move more quickly. Great. Thanks. Please go ahead with your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members of the witness panel, I'd now like to ask a few questions about BC Hydro's position on Mr. Lesney's report. So again, the exhibit reference is C5-6. And at paragraph 40, which is on PDF page 24, Mr. Lesney identifies 5 what he calls risk factors, which I think you will agree are factors which, in his professional opinion, believes create risk that BC Hydro has underestimated likely future electrification. So I'm sure you're aware of that critique by Mr. Lesney? Okay.
Can you provide the page and paragraph reference again, please?
Yeah, so it's PDF page 24, paragraph 40. Starts with, in my expert view, there are a number of risk factors. Do you see that?
Not yet. 1 minute, please. Yes.
Okay. So there's 5, and the first one is that BC Hydro's load forecast assumptions, so these were the assumptions in the original December 2020 load forecasts, related to electric vehicles, do not, in Mr. Lesney's opinion, reflect current government policy and consumer demand. You see that?
I do.
So that was written in January 2023 before the signpost update. In light of the signpost update, would you acknowledge that Mr. Lesney was right in making that critique?
BC Hydro's reference load forecasts do reflect government policy, both the stated policy and the legislated ZEV Act.
Okay, so I'm not sure I understand the answer. Mr. Lesney's critique was that the original December 2020 load forecasts essentially, in relation to electric vehicles, did not reflect current government policy and consumer demand. And in your signpost update, you have acknowledged that, haven't you?
BC Hydro's December 2020 reference load forecast reflected the 2019 ZEV Act that was and continues to be the legislation applicable to passenger vehicles. And it also considered the possibility for increased consumer adoption of electric vehicles under a future where the costs decline more rapidly than what we've seen so far. So I wouldn't agree with that characterization, that those factors weren't considered in the December 2020 reference load forecast.
So you're disagreeing that the import of the signpost update is that you had not correctly forecast in relation to electric vehicles?
We did update our electric vehicle forecast in the signpost update, if that's related to the question. And we did take a look both at light-duty electric vehicle forecast and also medium and heavy-duty electric vehicles and vessels. So we did improve our reference load forecasting approach to zero-emission vehicles in the signposts, the April 2023 reference load forecast relative to the previous load forecast.
Okay. The second point Mr. Lesney made was that BC Hydro's assumptions regarding space heating may not appropriately consider advances in heat pump applications that can increase electricity consumption. And his view, which he expressed on PDF page 29 of his report, was that the adoption of heat pumps is likely to increase significantly. Do you recall that?
That sounds familiar. That was his view, that heat pumps would experience rapid adoption.
Does BC Hydro agree that that the adoption of heat pumps is likely to increase significantly?
I think there's potential for the adoption of heat pumps to increase significantly. We have yet to see that show up in our load in our service territory. We've had only very moderate increases in the use of electricity as a primary space heating fuel. I think part of what's happening is a lot of those heat pumps are replacing electric baseboards. But yes, they are popular and they're becoming increasingly popular.
All right, thank you. Now, just want to drill down on that a little bit. If I could refer you to BC Hydro's response to the Commission's IR request number 4.131.1. So this is in Exhibit B43 at PDF page 37. Give you a moment to pull that up.
What's in it in respect of?
Heat pumps, the adoption of heat pumps. And the reference is the paragraph that begins, the estimate of additional heat pump market shares was developed.
I think we're still on that, yeah. Yes.
All right, so I'm not going to read the entire paragraph in the interest of time, but to try to summarize, I think what I read it to say is that BC Hydro would have used a estimate for heat pump market share of 4.4% by 2043, but that as a result of the various signposts, in the signpost update, you modified that to an increase to 5% for, I think, the first 10 years, and then 6% by fiscal 2043. Is that basically correct?
To clarify, the market share is referred to there, the 4.4%. That is the forecast that we received from the U.S. Energy Agency, and we received that through our forecasting model tool, which is ITRON. So that's their forecast for the Pacific region of heat pump saturation or adoption in the region. In terms of the change that we did for the April 2023 reference load forecast, one of the changes is that although the market share increases only modestly to 6%, the assumption is that that is all fuel switching. So those, many, as I mentioned before, many heat pumps are replacing electric baseboard because they're cheaper to operate than baseboard. In this assumption with respect to the increased heat pump adoption, the assumption is that is 100% fuel switching from natural gas.
All right, well, I think you've answered what was going to be my next question, which was simply that updating your estimate of market share from 4.4% to 6% is actually quite modest, isn't it?
The resulting load increase is presented in our response to BCUC IR 1.131.2, and it's about 400 GWH by the end of the planning horizon.
But that wasn't my question. The question was, I think what I heard you say is that BC Hydro agrees changing the market share from 4.4% to 6% is quite modest.
It's certainly not as much market share increase as the accelerated electrification load scenario calls for.
Okay. And in fact, you say at the end of that evidentiary reference that the approach, that is of using 6% by fiscal 2043, results in an estimated 30,000 residential accounts fuel switching from natural gas heat to electric air source heat pump technology by fiscal 2043, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so by my math, 30,000 residential accounts switching from gas to heat pump over 20 years is approximately 1,500 per year.
We do have that.
Is my math
on
right?
The record. We do have that on the record. If you bear with me, I can provide you the reference, or maybe that's one we can take away.
Yes.
Okay, we'll provide you that IR reference. It provides an annual number.
Sorry, you're still looking for the answer?
No,
or?
we're going to provide it to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
and that has the annual number of fuel switching accounts in it.
Okay. Is my math right?
I can't confirm your math on the stand, but we'll get you that.
You can't do math?
We'll get you the answer through the appropriate information response.
Would you agree with me that increasing heat pump, switching from natural gas to heat pumps at the rate of 1,500 accounts per year is very modest?
The reference load forecast by design, it reflects changes that can be forecast with reasonable certainty. What we've seen over the past with respect to heat pump adoption in BC is that much of the heat pump adoption is as a secondary heat. It's not primary heat. And as I mentioned before, much of it's going into homes that are already electrically heated. We have not so far seen the rate of fuel switching whereby it is a heat pump that is primary heat for the entire home and fuel switching from natural gas. To date, we have not seen the level of uptake that is projected in this information response.
Can I maybe also interject? It's another reinforcement of why we believe we need a living IRP, because as we get more information about how actual customers are adopting new technologies, we can incorporate that into our future load forecasts and scenarios. So just to reaffirm that the reference load forecast is our best understanding of what the adoption is today, but with all humility, we say that we cannot say for certain how that adoption will take place, and we hope that the more frequent updates will give us better ability to reflect those changes.
So, as I understand it from the IRP, the reference case or reference load forecast projects moderate growth, correct?
In heat pumps?
Sorry,
or in general?
generally. Growth of electrification. If you need a reference, you can look at section 4.2 of the IRP, page 11, PDF page 253, and that of course is Exhibit B1.
With respect to the electrification-related growth in the April 2023 reference load forecast, we did provide an estimate of that in our response to BCUC IR 4.139.2. And as shown there, by fiscal 2040, the reference load forecast is expected to include at least approximately 11,000 GWH of electrification-related load. Those are loads such as light-duty electric vehicles, medium heavy-duty electric vehicles, electrification of industry, and homes and space heating. 11,000 GWH by fiscal 2040. Well, for comparison, we're at about 60,000 right now. So that's, I would say, over the long term, a meaningful increase in electrification, lower than what the accelerated electrification scenario projects.
Okay, well, that was more detail than I was asking for. Really, I was just trying to have you confirm that when we think about the reference case, it's based on projection of moderate growth, correct?
System.
If I can cut in, because I think I'm hearing a repeat here in which, Mr. Fitch, you're asking for a subjective word like moderate, and I don't think they want to give that to you, and I don't think they have to.
Well,
So you can make that argument in final argument. You can say that looks awfully moderate to me, but I don't know. I'm just hearing the same question,
Well, yeah.
and I'm getting the same numeric answer to a question that's asking for a subjective evaluation.
Well, but sir, with all respect, BC Hydro in its IRP states, I gave you the evidentiary reference, that the reference load forecast projects, quote, moderate growth, end of quote.
Good,
So I'm just asking you to confirm that. It's not that hard a question.
That does sound like our quote.
Okay.
You'll be able to use that in argument. And so
Now,
you already
now I
have it.
can. Now
Well,
I
no,
can.
you could have anyway. It was, anyway, sorry.
All right. And I simply just want to follow up by asking, in the signpost update, the reference load forecast has been adjusted, correct?
We produced a new reference load forecast for the signpost update. That is the April 2023 reference load forecast.
Right. So my question is, now that you have filed your signpost update, does the reference load forecast still project moderate growth? Is that still the base?
The reference load forecast growth rate is around 1.3% per year at a system level. That's the compound annual growth rate. And that's pretty comparable to reference load forecasts of other utilities such as New Brunswick at 1%, Manitoba at 1.3%. I think 1.3% maybe, yeah, you could describe that as moderate. We have had some other utilities such as Nova Scotia Power that are projecting lower levels of load growth than that, and others that are higher.
All right, thank you. Ms. Dashik, in your opening statement, you talked about two different perspectives. Those folks who believe that BC Hydro's load forecasts are overstating potential future demand for electricity, and those who believe they are understating it, and you said that both of these perspectives are valid and important, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that it will be, at the end of the day, worse if load is understated and we get to 2030 or beyond and there is not enough supply to keep the lights on?
I would not say that is the worst case. I will again say that we're here today to talk about the load forecast, not the subsequent actions that BC Hydro will take. That is a topic that we will be discussing on Monday, and we believe that the actions that we are taking as a result of all of the load forecasts and scenarios do position BC Hydro to meet those future requirements that are outlined in both the reference load forecast and the accelerated electrification scenario.
Well, I put to you something you told me this morning. I asked you a question on it, and you're telling me that that's not relevant?
No, I think what you were asking me is to subjectively decide which of those outcomes is worse, and I'm not going to do that.
Okay, and that's fine. So, just to wrap up then, I think you also said this morning in your opening statement that the policy landscape has changed quite significantly in the past 3 years.
Yes.
Okay. And we're trying to figure out just how, in fact, it's changed, and I'm going to just put to you some policy pronouncements that have been made in the past 3 years, and just make sure we're on the same page. So there was the Clean BC Roadmap to 2030, which was released in 2021, correct?
Correct.
There was the Climate Preparedness and Adaptation Strategy, which was released in 2022, correct?
Well, these were government releases. Do you know when they were released?
That's my information.
Okay, but that,
Yeah.
I'm satisfied with
Yeah.
that. The exact date.
Yeah, the exact date, it's just post-December 2020 is really the issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you agree?
Well, let's
don't
not have
have a
them
list
spending
of all
time
of
trying
the-
to go through material to look up the exact date, but.
Mr. Chair, I thought these were relatively uncontroversial questions that wouldn't require a lot of page flipping.
Well, I was involved in producing the roadmap, and I can't remember the exact date.
Okay, and as I said, the exact date is not important. The important point is that it was post-December 2020. We all agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's been the establishment of the Clean BC Facilities Electrification Fund, also post-December 2020, correct?
I'm aware of the fund, but I can't speak to the date it was created.
I'll move on. And federally, there was the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, which, according to my information, was enacted in June 2021. Does that sound about right?
I can't speak to that one.
Okay.
Sorry.
The Zero Emissions Vehicles Sales Mandate, which my information states was December 2022. Does that sound about right?
For which jurisdiction?
Federally.
The draft regulation. Yes. There is a draft.
Not the draft Clean Electricity Regulation. The Zero Emissions Vehicles Sales Mandate. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the draft federal
Yeah,
regulation.
It's only a draft.
Yeah, that you're referring to the Clean Electricity Regulation.
No.
No?
The zero emission vehicle regulation.
Okay, sorry.
Federally is
Federally.
not yet a regulation.
Yeah, got it.
That's right.
Draft. My apologies. So you're familiar with that. The Federal Emissions Reduction Plan 2030, which, again, my information is that was released in 2022.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there have been the
I don't know why these witnesses would know this information precisely, so.
Well,
yeah.
your signposts allegedly include federal policy changes that might affect resource adoption. These are federal policy statements. So I assumed, Mr. Chair, that they would be familiar, even though they're in BC. But if you're not, you can just tell me.
Well, we do itemize those federal policies that we are monitoring and expect to have an impact on the load, and that is in our signposts update in our table 3-1. And as you'll see there, the draft regulation for zero emission vehicles is cited. That is one we're certainly monitoring as a potential impact to electrical end uses in our service territory.
Okay, and then finally, there is, of course, the draft Clean Electricity Regulation that's, I guess, out for comment right now, the federal one. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, so my final question then is, would you not agree that we are already in an advanced electrification scenario?
Maybe I'll start and say that we believe that our reference load forecast is the appropriate forecast to be using it as the most likely forecast. We also acknowledge that there are possible other futures that have higher and lower demand for energy. And I believe Ms. Jubb wants to add into that.
I think there's a lot of momentum and potential for the energy transition. What we're seeing so far in our load is that potential is still to come, and the timing of it is uncertain. So for example, for fiscal 2023, our reference load forecast remains accurate within 0.3%. We're still not seeing a strong trajectory of load growth that we would expect once the energy transition is fully underway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the panel.
Mr. Basoli, our next.
I think it'd be a good time for a break. Because of a foot problem, I can't stand at a microphone for a long period of time. And I need a table set up with a microphone so that I can sit and ask questions. So it would be a good time for a break, and then they can find a table and set up the mic. Thank you.
Mr. Basoli, please advise.
Just turn these mics down.
Right.
And there's a shelf there that you can use. Do you have? You do? Okay.
All right, so, and what is the normal amount of time we would take for a break? Or we just go with 5 minutes?
5 minutes is fine.
All right, 5-minute break.
Just test.
Is the panel ready?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Mr. Austin, please go ahead.
It's David Austin, AUSTIN, on behalf of the Nunavut Tribal Council. Members of the BC Hydro panel, I believe I've cross-examined all of you at some time in the past, so it's always good to see familiar faces. What I've done at the break is I've had distributed a diagram of the BC Hydro IRP forecasting process. It's a very simple diagram, and I think it would aid everybody in the room to have this diagram because it sets out in a chart form the various stages that BC Hydro has employed with respect to the signpost update and the updated 2023 reference load forecast. If you could just have a look at that chart, and if you've got any fundamental objections or corrections, then please let me know. Otherwise, I will be referring to it. It's not evidence, it's just a witness aid. But for purposes of keeping these proceedings going in an orderly fashion, it should be marked as Exhibit C420. And the first thing I'm going to do with this chart is discuss the extent to what I'm allowed to cross-examine on the load forecast. And I will tell you up front pretty much where the Nunavut Tribal Council is headed in terms of its cross-examination. And then I will direct the panel's attention to an exhibit and an order that it's already been made in this proceedings. So the first thing I'd like to do is explain what the extent of my cross-examination is. When we looked at the updated reference load forecast, which is on the left side, middle of the page, and we looked at the updated 2023 accelerated electrification load scenario, which is in a sense a forecast in itself, we compared that to the updated near-term action plans, which is the middle of the page, left-hand side. And what we noticed, there was precious little in relation to transmission plans for the purposes of executing upon the updated reference load forecast and the updated 2023 accelerated electrification load scenario. And as we understand it and as we have it on this chart, if you look at the left-hand side of the page, right center, there's a box that says contingency action plans. That used to be the way it was for the December 2020 load forecast. And correct us if we're wrong, but we now understand that those contingency action plans were rolled into the updated near-term action plans that are now part of the April 2023 load forecast process. Is that correct?
Maybe just a couple of clarifications. When we did the signpost update, we didn't have as much time as we did when we created the IRP. The updated base resource plan and the updated contingency resource plan and the updated near-term actions that are on the right-hand side of the page, those were condensed into a single set of resource plans and near-term actions.
So in that sense, the chart is correct.
I don't know, well, it's a minor point, but it's a reasonable depiction with the understanding that there's a little distinction between the updated base resource plan and the updated contingency plan. I might have chosen to do those as one box instead of two, as you've depicted.
Now, I'd like to get this.
Sorry, Mr. Austin. Unfortunately, with the configuration of the room, you can't see me. I do have a a comment at this point regarding the scope of this proceeding. Mr. Austin mentioned.
Mr. Webb, if you'd let me finish, then I could refer to the BCUC order and why I believe what I just laid out is fair in terms of the scope of this process.
Sure, I'll be very quick, and this is referring to your witness aid, and it's the top part of the witness aid, load forecast scenarios. That is our understanding of the scope of today and this oral proceeding. Monday's workshop is about the lower part of your witness aid, which is the resource plans, the actions in response to those load scenarios. And Ms. Daschuk has confirmed that this is a reasonable representation of the IRP overall. I can confirm that I have seen some drafts of the slides that will be presented on Monday of next week, and it follows this format fairly well. So that's our understanding. The top part is this oral hearing, the bottom part on existing and committed resources, new resources, action plans is the subject matter of Monday. Thank you.
Thanks for that intervention. Now, Mr. Austin, please go ahead and make your case then.
Panel, I'd like to draw your attention to Exhibit A42. And that's Commission Order G 2020-23. So that's Exhibit A42 in these proceedings. And when you have found it, please let me know.
I believe I have part of it, but I can wait for my colleague to give me the full order.
I'd like to draw your attention to page 9 of 10 of Exhibit A42.
I have it.
And I'd like to draw your attention to the line that says in bold, the panel confirms that the scope of the load forecast scenarios comprises net demand, i.e. forecast customer demand, net of DSM and self-generation. And underneath that, there's a paragraph.
Oh, can you come back? Sorry. Sorry, my screen has changed.
That's one good thing that still remains about paper. It doesn't change.
That's true, very true.
And the second sentence of that paragraph says, we acknowledge that scenarios may differ in terms of assumptions, including but not limited to, and I'm emphasizing but not limited to, the impact of government decarbonization policies on customer demand, and to the extent that such assumptions may affect the reasonableness of the forecast, then such issues are within scope.
Okay.
And what we're advancing is that without wires, and by wires I mean bulk transmission wires, non-bulk transmission wires, and distribution wires, and I include in the term wires all the associated electrical apparatus, then the figures in terms of any of the demand forecasts are not very good. So I will give an example. Let's suppose that somebody is looking at building a hydrogen plant in British Columbia. And they go to BC Hydro and they say, here's where we think the project should be situated. And BC Hydro comes back and says, wonderful idea, but it'll be 8 or 10 years before we can get the wires there to supply your load. So what the reaction will probably be is, gee, maybe I should look at another jurisdiction. And maybe I can get an electricity supply a lot sooner than 8 to 10 years. And the reason I'm using 8 to 10 years is because in BC Hydro's evidence, and got all the sites that are required, and I'm all organized for all of that, is it takes 8 to 10 years to make certain modifications to the BC Hydro wires system. So if you don't start planning for your wires now, then when the time is required for somebody to connect to them, it will be extended that much further into the future. If I start my planning today, then I can probably cut off a lot of time required for the purposes of being able to deliver electricity. And in terms of BC Hydro's past experience, that means starting the definition phase so that when the implementation phase, which is the actual construction, is required, then I'm ready to do it. The definition phase on average takes about 5 years, and we have evidence to that effect from BC Hydro's other processes. A construction phase usually takes 2 to 3 years. The construction phase consumes about 90% of the capital of any project, and the definition phase about 10%. So instead of getting stranded assets, which BC Hydro seems to be concerned about, if you start your planning now and you spend your 10%, then you can be shelf ready, so when somebody comes along and says, I'd like electricity in that place, then you can say, we can do it in 2 to 3 years. And that will have a huge impact, or an impact on your load forecast. If the load forecast is based upon people coming forward and new expected load or expansion of load, and they're told it's 8 to 10 years, then they may think that they should be looking someplace else. And that's the intent of the cross-examination, and that's why we're relying on what was stated in Exhibit A42 at page 9 of 10. Now, I'm sure Mr. Webb has something to say, so let's hear what he has to say.
I've been called out. We'll see where the questions go. I note that the caption of the commission order regarding the scope of this proceeding refers to assumptions about the impact of government decarbonization policies on customer demand and differing assumptions that go into the differing load scenarios. So it's a fair question. How is transmission capacity reflected and assumed in load forecasting and in the different load scenarios? Fair enough. But we'll see where the questions go.
Yeah.
Just like to hand out another batch of documents that are witness aids. What's in there are all the exhibits and information requests that I would be referring to in cross-examination so that we reduce the amount of time spent looking for them.
Right.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Austin, I think you've made a good case, and I'm sure you'll make it in final argument that that demand is in part a function of supply, such as the wires. So I'm certainly going to allow this line of questioning, at least prima facie, but we'll see what your actual questions are. But it'd be great if we can get to that cross-examination fairly soon.
As soon as the documents are handed, I'll be ready to go.
Okay.
I think this batch of documents should be labeled C4-21. BC Hydro panel, if you look in the lower right-hand corner of the handout, which is C4-21, the first extract is labeled 2, and it's Exhibit B39, which is a signpost update, and then there are near-term actions. And I'd like to have you turn to page 61 of that handout. And I'd like you to confirm.
Oh, sorry, which page?
61.
Thanks.
Under the category that says transmission, under the column updated 2021 IRP element, that there are only 2 transmission projects that are listed in the updated near-term action plans. Is that correct?
There are 3 actions, but you're referring to the first 2, I assume.
First 2,
as opposed to
yes.
the reservation, yes.
Right. And what's not on there is an additional transmission line from Prince George to Terrace, correct?
Correct.
And what's not on there is a transmission line into the North Montney shale fields. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I will use those in cross-examination as 2 examples of matters that should be on that list, amongst others. If we refer to page 3, and that's not 3, item 3 in your list or batch of documents, and that's Exhibit B35. And I apologize for the photocopying because it didn't copy B35 very well. So that's Exhibit B35 in these proceedings. And I'd like to draw your attention to the second paragraph in the response. It says, in contrast, the risk of under-forecasting include BC Hydro delaying investments that are needed to serve customers. However, BC Hydro can mitigate against potential overinvestment risk through existing procedures that enable a proper gauge of our customers' intentions to commit to connection to our system. For example, expression of interest process or our customer interconnection process. And I'd like you to explain to me how, if a wires upgrade takes 8 to 10 years to put into service, how you can mitigate against potential overinvestment and have customers who are not able to connect to the system because what effect is underinvestment.
Transmission investment, so I won't be able to speak to that, but I can speak about how the load scenarios consider uncertainty with respect to BC Hydro service and location, if that would be helpful. That's something I can speak to. So I'll start with that. So the first comment that I would make, which is further to some of the discussion we had this morning, the accelerated electrification load scenario does not assign specific locations to load. So while that's a limitation in some respects because it's hard to align it with service requests, for the purpose of the IRP, it does provide a broad view and it's not constrained as much by the concept of whether or not there's service to a location. So it's a system level view irrespective of location. With respect to the reference load forecast, in that case, we do look for large industrial only, not for the general service load growth. We look at population growth, economic forecast, end uses, and we assume that the distribution infrastructure will be there to serve it. For large industrial loads, we look at each service request individually, and we examine the probability and the risk of when and if that load will materialize. And there's a number of factors and milestones we look for in that examination. And one of them, with respect to the timing, is BC Hydro's ability to provide electrical service on the timeline initially requested by the customer. So it is part of our assessment.
But what happens when you tell them it'll be 8 to 10 years before they're able to receive electricity? How do you plan so that that period can be shortened, as I suggested previously?
So I'm not a transmission planner, but I can refer you to our rebuttal evidence where we talk. This is I have the exhibit B49, and in that rebuttal evidence on page 9, we talk about the North Montney region as being an area that's not currently served by transmission infrastructure, and that introduces considerable uncertainty in terms of the timing that load could be connected. And that uncertainty is reflected in a lower probability assessment in the reference load forecast. So areas that are remote from BC Hydro infrastructure and for which there could be significant time costs as yet uncommitted in terms of the costs of that development, who would pay, how long it would take, such proposals will be assigned a lower probability in the reference load forecast. However, as we go on to say there, the accelerated electrification load scenario doesn't have that constraint. So conceptually, it could include loads that are in areas that are at this time far from infrastructure.
It may not have that constraint, but it would be fair to say that it also will be constrained if the wires aren't there.
Pardon me?
We just need a moment just to.
Sure.
B35.
No, just hang on, it's 35, yes. Yeah, I already said that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, I think if the intent of the cross-examination is to acknowledge that, if the intent of the cross-examination is to acknowledge that the time to interconnect is a consideration in new project developments in BC, and particularly very large new industrial loads, I don't think we would dispute that.
Well, that certainly would shorten up the cross-examination, so now what are you going to do about it? You acknowledge the problem, now what is BC Hydro planning to do about it? Because when I look at that list of updated near-term action plans, I only see 2 transmission projects on there.
And I think this is where your cross-examination is going beyond the load forecast. So the things that we would do to address that are outside of the purpose of this conversation. So we here today are speaking about what do we think the load is going to be based on the system that we have, our understanding of the market, and our understanding of customer demand.
But if the wires aren't there, then what's the value of the load forecast?
Well, the value of the load forecast, we believe, is a reasonable expectation of what electricity demand is likely to occur using the reference load forecast and the energy demand that may occur if we use the accelerated electrification forecast.
But in terms of your updated signposts and the updated near-term action plans, there seems to be no connection whatsoever between the updated 2023 accelerated electrification load scenario and in terms of action plans that were required on the transmission side, the wires that are necessary. So why is there this disconnection? No pun intended.
Pardon the pun.
I think that we are really venturing into discussions that are probably about the discussions that we can have on Monday. I will say that one of the things that my recurring theme and my recurring message throughout my testimony today is going to be, we believe that a living IRP with more frequent updates is a critical aspect of planning in a dynamic energy transition period. Subsequent, we did issue the expression of interest, and we have outlined in our responses how the expression of interest for the North Coast line was reflected in the scenarios. In 18 months after the commission decisions, I'm quite confident that there would be a different load forecast and a different set of near-term actions.
But why do I have to wait until the next version of the IRP to amend my updated near-term action plans when it is clearly evident that at least the planning for a new transmission line from Prince George to Terrace should be well underway? It should be on that list, because if you don't put it on that list and if you don't keep planning for it now, then it will take at least 8 to 10 years, assuming that the load is going to be there at the time you decide to construct the line.
Well, I think it's fair to say that BC Hydro is taking actions that are not within the scope of an IRP, including the development of a North Coast transmission line.
Well, why isn't the North Coast transmission line within the scope of the IRP? It's fundamental in terms of your updated accelerated electrification load scenarios.
The accelerated electrification load scenario itself does not specifically examine the North Coast region. It focuses on 3 broad areas of electrification potential. Those are the electrification of transportation, passenger vehicles, medium heavy-duty vehicles, as well as space heating in the built environment, and the compression of natural gas processing, which is generally in the Northeast. And that's its focus. With respect to the reference load forecast, the North Coast expression of interest, we have reviewed the results of that expression of interest. Some of those proposals have already reached milestones and have been considered on a probabilistic basis in our reference load forecast. As I mentioned earlier, the reference load forecast by design, it reflects more highly certain projects or more highly certain loads. The North Coast expression of interest on its own, so if there was a proponent that participated in that North Coast expression of interest and put their hand up and said, I've got a project idea here, that on its own would not be enough to be for it to go into the reference load forecast. And that's because there's no financial commitment associated with saying, I've got a project proposal here. We apply for the reference load forecast, we strive to apply a systematic and unbiased framework where we examine large industrial proposals and how they've advanced through milestones. And as they go through those milestones, typically you're seeing greater financial commitment. So for some of those interesting proposals and ideas that we're hearing about developments in BC, we're definitely monitoring them for the next reference load forecast, and we'll be watching for milestones and commitments such that they are advancing towards eventual implementation.
I'd like to turn your attention to item number 5 in your package. It's item number 5 in the lower right-hand corner. And this is Exhibit B-9. BC Hydro response to BCUC information request 1.78.5. So that's Exhibit B-9, BC Hydro's response to BCUC information request 1.78.5. And the response is, BC Hydro confirms that there are no near-term actions of the 2021 IRP addressing the potential increases in energy demand associated with the accelerated electrification scenarios. As described in BC Hydro's response to BCUC IR 1.70.1, the lead times for future energy resources are short, even that BC Hydro is able to rely on these resources as part of contingent resource plans without initiating any associated near-term actions through the 2021 IRP. So, am I interpreting this correctly, that in terms of the updated near-term action plans, that there aren't any in relation to the accelerated electrification scenarios?
Just a point of clarification. The IR response Mr. Austin is referring to was round 1 from July 2022. The update, of course, was almost a year later.
And I appreciate that. And I was going to give the panel an opportunity to update this response if that's what they felt they needed to do.
I'm honestly a bit conflicted because I believe, again, the questions are verging into the near-term actions that BC Hydro is taking as opposed to the load forecast. And so I guess I'm saying that I'd like some understanding of how this question is tied to the load forecast as opposed to the items that we'll be discussing in subsequent discussions, including Monday's discussion.
Would you agree that if the wires aren't there, the demand can't be there?
Do you want me to take the question? Sorry.
Yes, and you can give short answers.
Okay. Electricity supply availability is only one of many factors associated with the development of large industrial facilities. There's numerous other barriers and opportunities associated with development of a project.
I understand all that, but would you agree that if there's no wires, there is no supply? Yes or no?
Over time, wires can be built.
I beg your pardon?
Over time, wires can be built. And large industrial projects, they have a long lead time irrespective of the electrical interconnection. There's permitting, there's market developments, getting customers, getting financing, consultation. There's many steps involved in developing a large industrial project. And 2 examples we provided in the rebuttal evidence, the 2 LNG projects that are now close to being realized, Woodfibre LNG and LNG Canada, were over 10 years from permit to construction. So there's many steps involved in getting a large industrial project to implementation. One of those may be getting electrical supply, but it's one of many things that can take time.
I appreciate all that, but please, yes or no, if there are no wires, there can be no supply. Is that not just basic physics?
Wires can be built to serve
I appreciate
future
that, but if they aren't there when somebody needs them, there's no supply.
Mr. Austin, they've answered your question. They've given their answer to your question, so I'd advise you not to keep repeating it.
Yeah. No, you just hand out this. Yep. Yeah.
Now I understand the huge pile on your desk. Yeah, I was wondering who was going to get that.
Thank you. Thanks.
This should be marked Exhibit C4-23. And I'm the wrong person to be identifying what exhibit numbers should be posted on exhibits, but I'll give it a try.
Well, Mr. Austin, if you ask for the exhibits or for the witness aids to be marked, then we can give you an exhibit number if that's what your intention is, but just have to let
Oh,
us
I'd
know.
really appreciate that,
So that's the document you just
right?
dealt with.
I believe it should be marked C4-23. And I'll very quickly go through this, and this is in relation to the North Montney. And this is an extract from the British Columbia 2020 Oil and Gas Reserves and Production Report. And second page of it just shows how production in the northern Montney is expanding. And would you agree that there's no transmission line currently going into the North Montney? And so it would be impossible to electrify any of that production, is that correct?
I'm not able to exactly confirm each of the subregions shown here, but we did provide a response that does have the Montney subregions that is on the record. So I can't confirm each of the subregions that are listed on this. Broadly, I can confirm that there isn't BC Hydro transmission north of the Peace, and I can confirm that the Montney region has a lot of natural gas potential and development.
I'd like to turn your attention back to the witness material, and I'd like to draw your attention to the material that's identified as number 10 in the bottom right-hand corner, and that's Exhibit B-44, Commercial Energy Consumers Association of BC, IR 4.28.4, and BC Hydro's response to that information request. And in the response, it says, BC Hydro has placed a hold on activities associated with the North Montney region electrification project. No customers are committed to taking service through the North Montney region electrification project. Could you please explain what placing a hold means? Does that mean that planning has now stopped?
Again, I'm going to try to understand from a load forecasting perspective, because we don't have the transmission planning group here, and so I can't speak to what actions are being taken with respect to transmission planning or to the confidential conversations that are taking place between BC Hydro and the customers in the North Montney area that may be interested in electrification. What we can speak to is what is included in our existing reference load forecasts and accelerated electrification forecasts as it relates to the North Montney.
Well, please explain it.
One of the items I'd like to raise, which does introduce uncertainty with respect to natural gas development in the province. And it is, I'd say, a substantive change since the December 2020 reference load forecast was put out, is that with the development of numerous policies intended to reduce greenhouse gas emissions for the province and specifically for the oil and gas industry, that has introduced significant uncertainty in terms of the future production of natural gas in BC. And I'd like to illustrate that one of the scenarios that we are interested in is the Canada Energy Regulator. They've recently released a number of scenarios, including net zero scenarios, and their findings, which are consistent with the development of other scenario developers who examine a world with stringent climate change policies, they're not showing a big increase in natural gas production. They're actually showing a decrease over the long term. Canada Energy Regulator in their global net zero has gas production in BC falling by 2/3 by 2050. And in their Canada net zero, it's 24%. So there's a lot of uncertainty about that sector and its growth. That said, that's not in any way to imply that it's not a highly productive basin and doesn't have potential for growth. Rather, just that there's significantly more uncertainty now about how it will develop than there was when the December 2020 reference load forecast was released.
Well, I appreciate all that, but in terms of electrifying the existing production in the Montney Basin, would an electrical transmission line substantially reduce the greenhouse gas emissions if it were built?
Electrification is a greenhouse gas emission reduction measure for natural gas combustion-related emissions in BC.
I'd like to draw your attention to item number 11 in the package of materials, and that's Exhibit B-44, BC Hydro Response to Nachalna Tribal Council Information Request 4.46.3. That's Exhibit B-44, BC Hydro's Response to Nachalna Tribal Council Information Request 4.46.3.
I'm missing a page in my handout, but I think I've got, does yours have the page? Okay, thank you. 4.46.3.
4.46.3, correct. And if you turn to the second page of that exhibit.
There is no second page, Mr. Austin. We only have a first page. Our response is the same. Okay, thank you. We clarified that.
Did you find it?
Yes.
Okay. And the question that was asked, to paraphrase, was why in May 2013 did BC Hydro discontinue any further studies on a new transmission line from Prince George to Terrace? And BC Hydro never responded to that question. Can you tell us why the transmission planning was dropped for that line in 2013?
In transmission planning at that time, so I don't have a lot of details on the decision-making that went into that project or that decision. But what I do know from load forecasting is that we have had some very advanced projects in LNG in the North Coast that have canceled in spite of being very far along. An example of Pacific Northwest LNG terminal, which we discuss in our rebuttal evidence, it was canceled in 2017 after receiving conditional final investment approval in 2015. It had all of its permits and it's conditional final investment approval and it canceled. We had a similar experience with Kitimat LNG, which was very far along in terms of permitting and customers, and it canceled. So that's the load forecast background that I'm aware of. I can't speak to, I don't have expertise on the decision discussed in that particular response.
Ms. Daschuk, according to Exhibit B-50, which is your direct testimony, it says that on page 1, I was Director of Transmission and Distribution Resource Strategy and Management between June 2011 and March 2013. Would you have any idea why the planning for a new transmission line from Prince George to Terrace was dropped?
So the scope of the role that I played at that time was not in any way tied to planning. It was a role that was focused on trying to understand how many people you needed to deliver a capital program and a maintenance program, but I did not design the capital program or the maintenance program.
I'd like to move on to item number 12 in your package of materials.
Mr. Chair, would now be a good time for a break?
Yeah. Okay, we'll take another 5-minute break. I keep forgetting.
It's the diagram.
the whole witness panel. Wow. Mr. Basoli, please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, just before we begin, I want to clear up the exhibit numbers before we get too far away from the correct sequencing. So the first chart, one-page chart that Mr. Austin marked as an exhibit is C4-20. The next package, or the next witness aid, which was a package that begins with near-term actions, that is exhibit number C4-21. And the last document, which was listed as, or described as British Columbia's 2022 Oil and Gas Reserves and Production Report, that's exhibit number C4-22.
22.
Yes.
Okay. And we've just been handed another one, so maybe we should go ahead and label that too.
If you wanted to mark it now, it would be C4-23.
Two, you need three. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Vanna White just got a pay deduction. BC Hydro panel, I'd like to draw your attention to the package of materials identified as Exhibit C4-23. And the first page of that exhibit, in the lower right-hand corner, there's number 12. And I'll be very quick through this package of materials, but would it be fair to say that the first diagram, which is page 1 of the materials I just handed out, is a typical BC Hydro project life cycle diagram?
Yes, for our large capital projects, it is.
And would it be fair to say that it's really can be divided into two phases, the definition phase and the implementation phase?
We have 4 phases: initiation, identification, definition, and implementation.
Although it says that, though, is it just normally thought of in terms of the definition phase and the implementation phase?
It is not.
Okay, well, I'd like to draw your attention to item number 13 in that package of materials. And this was a project completion and evaluation report, interior to lower mainland transmission project. And on the second page of that material, it says, and this is in relation to the project budget, definition phase, implementation phase.
That's at the point in which the project becomes a capital project. During the identification initiation phase, there's work that's taking place. It's just not a capital project yet.
In BC Hydro's terminology, it's not a capital project, but for the rest of the world, we're in a definition phase, which is normally described as the soft cost phase, and the implementation phase is the construction phase and the hard cost side of the project, correct?
I'm trying to say that there, maybe I'm being pedantic here, but the project really starts at initiation. There really is an initiation phase. That phase takes place within my group, the Integrated Planning Group. We spend money on projects during that phase when we are identifying what kinds of projects we want to initiate. This is before it's ever handed over to a capital project delivery group. When we get into the identification phase, there is work that's being done. It's not capitalized, but we're looking at project alternatives, and we are spending money. So I just want to be absolutely transparent. From my perspective, there are 4 stages to the development of a project.
Let's go back to this project budget. Maybe I can speed this up a bit. In this project budget, and this is for the ILM project, it says definition phase, and what we have is costs of about $40 million. And then we have costs in the implementation phase of about $550 million, $600 million, depends what column you look at. Would it be fair to say that in terms of a definition phase, which presumably captures all the costs in your identification phase, initiation phase and identification phase, that the definition phase costs are about 10% of total project costs?
I believe Ms. Daschuk, first of all, has already mentioned that before these phases, the costs are not capitalized, so those aren't included here. But more importantly, I think my question is, where are these questions going? We've, I think, been pretty clear that this is about load forecasting, load scenarios. Perhaps Mr. Austin could clarify where he's going with these questions.
I certainly can, because what this material indicates is that if BC Hydro carries on through a definition phase, it incurs 10% of the costs, and it will consume, if a project is going to take 8 years to complete, 5/8 of the time. So if BC Hydro looks at it from the perspective of a 10 to 90 ratio and looks at the money it's spending versus having a long delay, meaning a project is not shelf ready to put into construction, then demand goes away, or could go away. So what I'm just testing to see is if a strategy of spending money on soft costs reduces BC Hydro's fear of having a stranded asset, because if it's shelf ready, the demand materializes, then it can go into construction and it can tell somebody who wants the electricity, we can be there in 2 or 3 years, not 8 to 10.
Okay, we've heard that.
Yes.
So we can move on.
Yes.
Yep. Because yes, I am interested really in how this would relate to demand. So I know it's a challenge. You made a good point at your very opening comments about they're not completely disconnected. That's for sure.
Hand those out. What's now being handed out is a copy of BC Hydro's 2023/24-2025/26 service plan dated February 2023. And I believe that should be, I won't try it, Mr. Busley, can maybe tell us what the exhibit number on that one is, so that I don't make a mistake.
C4-24.
Thank you.
Panel, if you turn to page 14 of this service plan, it lists certain objectives in relation to BC Hydro achieving British Columbia's climate action targets. And the question that I have is, what's the relationship between the objectives in this service plan and your signpost update? Because when I search the signpost update for any reference to BC Hydro Service Plan, and I'll be the first to admit my search may have not been completely accurate, but there seemed to be no reference whatsoever in the signpost update to the service plan.
Do you want to, because I was going to bring in this issue here. Go ahead, I'll follow up if I need to.
The page 14 refers to the load growth supporting Clean BC, and it shows 4,700 GWH by 2025-2026. That load growth supporting Clean BC is reflected in the load scenarios, and I'll just walk you through how the two are connected. And yeah, I would agree that the connection wasn't specified in the signpost update. A large part of the load growth shown here is from BC Hydro's electrification plan. That was the electrification plan that was included in our 2023 to 2025 revenue requirements application. And if you refer to BCUC IR 4.139.1, you'll see an itemization of how much of the load growth associated with the electrification plan is now reflected in the new April 2023 reference load forecast, and it's about 2,000 GWH of that plan has now achieved a level of certainty such that it's in the reference load forecast. So that's a significant portion of the 4,700 GWH shown on page 14, and the remaining aspects of the electrification shown there is based, due to timing, is based on our December 2020 reference load forecast and the electrification that was included in that forecast that wasn't defined as electrification plan load. And an example of that would be light-duty electric vehicles. Light-duty electric vehicles do support the Clean BC plan, and they are captured in here in addition to our BC Hydro electrification plan.
And on page 15, there are two additional performance measures. One of them is new connected commercial industrial load, and the second one is GHG emissions reductions electrification. And I very much appreciate your first explanation in relation to the load growth supporting Clean BC. And it would be very helpful if you could provide an explanation of how the new connected commercial and industrial load and the GHG emission reduction electrification are covered or connected in the signpost update to this service plan.
Yes, so referring back to the BCUC IR 4.139.1, that presents the electrification plan related load that's now in the April 2023 load forecast. You'll see line items there for industry. There's the fuel switching component of industry there, and then there's also a load attraction component. They are in GWH, not megawatt, but they're conceptually that is the same type of load. These are large industrial new connected loads. The load attraction total of 1,233, some of that may contribute to Clean BC targets such as hydrogen, as it's intended to electrify transport and displace diesel. But in terms of the new connected industrial load that is associated with reduced or avoided GHG emissions, it's largely in that fuel switching industry category. So those are projects where, as an example, natural gas processing plants have converted from natural gas compressors to electric compressors, and by doing so, there's been a GHG avoidance or reduction.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, you gave me 4.
This should be marked Exhibit C-25, C4-25. And this will be marked Exhibit C4-25. And I'm going to shorten this up. And if you turn to page 2, second paragraph from the bottom, it says, however, BC Hydro notes that about 1/3 of these emissions are fugitive or process emissions whose mitigation is not related to electrification. Does anybody on the panel know why BC Hydro chose the 1/3 figure?
The 1/3 figure, as I understand it, it was provided to us by Navius, and I believe it's from the GHG inventory, where you can find the nature of the emissions by industrial sectors. And what you'll see there is there's combustion-related emissions, which are conceptually could be mitigated through electrification. And then there's also fugitives, which, as I understand, and I'm not a deep expert, as I understand, you can think of them as being leaks, methane leaks out of the natural gas system. And every component of the supply chain has some of those leaks, and they are apparently very strong greenhouse gases. So that's what the fugitives are referring to.
Doesn't it surprise you that this figure is so high, given that almost all the investment in the gas industry in British Columbia has occurred in the last 10 years? And this is not old infrastructure?
Sorry, which figure are you
The
referring to?
1/3 figure.
The 1/3. I'm not a deep expert in fugitive emissions and methane leaks. They're not directly associated with electricity. I do know, though, that that is an ongoing area of focus and an issue for the industry, that they are working hard to mitigate fugitive emissions, and there are various targets associated with it. But it's not directly related to electricity, so I'm not a deep expert in it.
I'd like to refer you to Exhibit C4-24, which is the service plan. And I'd like to refer you to page 25. And this is really a matter for clarification. On page 25, Goal 5 says, advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. I'm not going to go through in detail the material on that page. But for the purposes of the BCUC's review of BC Hydro's integrated resource plan, am I correct in thinking that in today's proceedings that we are not dealing with Goal 5, advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples?
Maybe I can jump in here on that one and just to highlight that BC Hydro does have a number of different ways in which we are supporting advancing reconciliation. It's a very important aspect of our strategy. It's one of the 4 pillars of BC Hydro's strategy. We've done things like getting the PAR certification, we're gold certified. We have a statement of Indigenous principles. We have Indigenous contract and procurement. When we think about the load forecast in particular, which is what we're here to speak about today, the way that reconciliation can be reflected in the load forecast is largely tied to our large industrial customers. Those customers, when they're developing their businesses, have an obligation to work with First Nations and to engage with them. If you refer to CEC 4.32.3, we provide information on the various considerations that we use when we are assigning a probability assessment to an industrial load. And so, for example, when you read that IR, you'll see under possible or uncertain, we state that the proponent who's looking for electricity is at the very early stages of Indigenous consultation. One of the things we do, and we do our case by case, the bottom-up reference load forecast, is look at the information that we have from our proponents, from the organizations that are seeking to electrify, as to whether they have reached agreements with Indigenous nations, and the higher level of confidence that we have in those companies advancing reconciliation, that is a contributing factor to the higher probability we would assign to that customer actually materializing.
But in relation to dealing with the details of Goal 5, are we dealing with the details today, or are we dealing with them at the workshop, or are we dealing with them in some future process? The reason I'm asking this question is I don't want to find out tomorrow that I should be asking questions about Goal 5 today and that I've lost my opportunity.
I think with respect to the scope of today's hearing, the answer I've provided is the best reflection of goal number 5 insofar as we consider it in the load forecast.
So anything other than that would be part of another process for the consideration in terms of the BC Hydro Integrated Resource Plan?
Subject to how the Commission panel wishes to examine that topic.
I'd like to refer you back to Exhibit C-4-24. And point number 21. No, it was the first package. It's, excuse me, it's Exhibit C-4-21. The first package of materials that was sent out, point number 21. And this is my final area of cross-examination. If you turn to the second page in that material, and it's Exhibit B-22, BC Hydro's response to Fortis BC Energy Inc. and Fortis BC Inc. information request 2.13.1. You found that?
Yes.
And in the preamble to the ultimate question, it says, second full paragraph, BC Hydro declined to provide information in response to this request, stating that long-term planning for distribution and the non-bulk transmission system are beyond the scope of the 2021 IRP. Could you please explain why long-term planning for the distribution and non-bulk transmission system are beyond the scope of the 2021 IRP?
it's only fair for me to rise and point out that I explained exactly that at the procedural conference in this proceeding last summer, the summer of 2022. We had that discussion exactly, a procedural conference in this proceeding about 14 months ago. That's on the record of the transcript of that procedural conference.
I'm asking why, because if there's no wires, then I can't service demand. So I just would like to know why that the IRP only deals with bulk transmission and nothing else.
Yeah, and the answer to your question is in the transcript of the procedural conference from last summer, summer of 2022.
No further questions?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Austin. Mr. Basoli, maybe you can advise me, is this a time to break for lunch, or what would be the norm here? Or one more intervener? I'm fine to go.
There's about 15 minutes of questions.
I'm fine to keep going with that if everyone else is, the panel's all right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think they may have to reset up if the next cross-examiner wants a podium.
We can use this podium.
They can use the podium right there. Thank you.
I thought that was only reserved for BC Hydro. Thank you very much, panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sebastian Ennis, ENNIS, appearing for the Zone 2 Ratepayers Group. My questions will be relatively brief, somewhat surgical, hopefully not painful. I believe most of them will be addressed to Ms. Jubb. They relate to specific questions on load scenarios. One question will relate to heat pumps and affordability. Maybe Mr. Hobson's time to shine, I'm not sure. If you could have just a few things in front of you, one would be the Exhibit B39, the signpost update, specifically turning to page 32. And I'll let you know in advance, the only other documents you'll need are Exhibit B43 and Exhibit B44, responses to round 4 IRs.
So just give us the first one again, was B39.
First one is Exhibit B39. Oh.
Yeah.
The signpost update.
Yep.
And it's beginning at page 32. If you're in the PDF, that's page 39. Okay. And Ms. Jubb, just let me know when you're there.
Yes.
So the April 2023 High Electric Vehicle Forecast assumes that sales targets set out in the Clean BC Roadmap to 2030 will be met, correct?
It does.
And for clarity, the Clean BC Roadmap includes light-duty zero-emission vehicle sales targets of 26% by 2026, 90% by 2030, and 100% by 2035, correct? I can refer you to footnote 51 on page 33.
Thank you. Yes.
And continuing on page 33, the December 2020 High Electric Vehicle Forecast assumed natural uptake of electric vehicle adoption would be higher than the Clean BC Roadmap targets, correct?
It did. It assumed that we would achieve cost. This is the December 2020 reference load forecast. And at that time, we assumed that under the high load forecast, you could get an internal combustion vehicle for the same price as a comparable electric vehicle by 2025. And now it looks like that's going to be a little bit farther out in terms of when we get there. We still can't buy a comparable, for the same price, a comparable electric vehicle to, say, a Corolla, which is one of the most popular vehicles for sale in Canada. So when we went back and looked at our reference load forecast for electric vehicles, that high load forecast, just the cost assumptions seemed a bit optimistic. I think we all expect that electric vehicles are going to become widely adopted. There's just uncertainty about the timing.
And so is it fair to say that the natural uptake in electric vehicles in the December 2020 high electric vehicle forecast was based on predictions regarding purchase costs and consumer preferences at the time?
For the December 2020, we had, the methodology involved setting a low forecast, which was calibrated to the legislated zero-emission vehicle targets, and then a high forecast where we had this, one of the assumptions was cost parity by 2025, and then the reference was the average of the two. So it reflected both the legislated targets and an expectation that zero-emission vehicles would become more cost competitive, maybe faster than what we've actually seen.
And focusing just on the high forecast, what you're describing then is BC Hydro's own internal analysis of electric vehicle adoption for the December 2020 forecast, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. If you could turn, please, to Exhibit B44. It's BC Hydro's responses to information requests, round 4. And it's IR 4.44.1. It's PDF page 902.
From which intervener?
Zone 2.
Thank you. I think I've got it here.
Again, that's 4.44.1.
Yes, I've got it.
You'll see there that BC Hydro refers to market research that aligned with and supported the decision not to set a high forecast that goes beyond the Clean BC Roadmap to 2030 targets, correct?
Yes.
In BC Hydro's response, there's no reference to market research other than the Dunsky report, correct?
The Dunsky report is cited here. That's correct, yes. We didn't provide other references here.
And are you aware of the contents of that report?
Yes.
So the Dunsky report summarizes zero-emission vehicle availability in dealerships across Canada in March 2022, correct?
It does.
And it refers to a global supply chain crisis that is negatively impacting electrical vehicle sales in Canada?
Yes, that's correct. I have part of that Dunsky report here, but I can confirm that's part of the discussion in that report. It was completed for Transport Canada, and they did a survey of vehicle dealerships across Canada to assess availability and wait times for electric vehicles.
When developing its 2023 load forecasts, did BC Hydro review other market research for indicators of future electric vehicle sales besides the Dunsky report?
Yes, we do have, yes, we do. We certainly look at what the vehicle manufacturers are saying in terms of their projections and price points that they're bringing new vehicles in. And we also have market subscriptions, as an example, to Bloomberg NEF that provides quite comprehensive and detailed forecasting with respect to global and Canada, electric vehicles, light duty, medium, and heavy. And we're also in contact with other forecasters in our industry across Canada and North America to understand what they're seeing on the ground.
And in reference to all that market research, did BC Hydro verify that the sales targets for electric vehicles in the Clean BC Roadmap were reasonable or likely to occur?
I think that, I don't think we're in a position to verify those targets. What I can say is that they are consistent with the federal government. This is the Clean BC Roadmap. The federal government's draft regulation does set a similar end goal of 100% zero-emission vehicles by, I think it's 2035. And we have seen jurisdictions that are ramping up really fast. So Norway, Sweden, I think they're over half their sales of light-duty electric vehicles are zero-emission now today. So it can happen, and it's happening elsewhere. The pace that it will happen here is still uncertain.
So is it fair to say that BC Hydro didn't do an analysis of whether those targets were likely to occur?
I don't think that's I wouldn't characterize it that way. I mean, we certainly did examine that market research in terms of what the other forecasters are saying and conducted that scan of what's going on in other jurisdictions and what the vehicle manufacturers are saying that they're going to bring on. So I'm not in a position to. So maybe I'll just provide some examples from globally what we're seeing in zero emission vehicles, and I mean it does demonstrate that the potential's there. It is happening elsewhere. So
you may not have to do that for us. You could just answer his question. In your view, you did do a full analysis of the market.
We certainly did an analysis, yes.
I'm going to switch now to, it's Zone 2 IR response for 444.2.
Yes.
And there, BC Hydro states that it understands that hydrogen adoption is more likely to occur in the medium and heavy-duty vehicle segments than in light-duty vehicles. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is the basis for this understanding?
We have proponents in British Columbia right now building facilities to provide hydrogen to logging trucks and tractor-trailer transport trucks. So that type of development is happening now in our service territory. How fast it will develop and how far it will go, there's uncertainty about it, but the production of electricity through electrolysis to serve the heavy-duty transport industry, it started here in BC. In terms of the light-duty vehicle market, the third-party experts are saying that's, such as Bloomberg, are saying that's probably not going to be a very competitive market for hydrogen and that electricity is going to be the more successful zero-emission fuel type for light-duty vehicle. But for transport trucks, where I guess the battery is very heavy and that becomes a barrier, that's starting now.
And at the bottom of the page, BC Hydro provides its assumptions for medium and heavy-duty hydrogen-fueled vehicles, sales for the accelerated electrification load scenario. And can you provide the basis for those assumptions?
These assumptions are provided by Navius, who developed the assumptions for the accelerated electrification load scenario. For BC Hydro's reference forecast, we look at, like I said, individual loads and can see the developments. Navius, as I understand it, it's a top-down model, and they examined the relative cost of different fuel choices and the cost to reach zero emission to achieve the goal of the climate change targets, and this is their output.
Thank you. If we could turn to Exhibit B43 now. Those are the responses to BCUC IRs. And specifically, the IR 4.137.7. And PDF page 111.
4.137.7, or did I get that right?
4.137.7. Regarding the life expectancy of cryptocurrency mining projects?
Yes, I have that.
Yes. You'll see BC Hydro states that the average life expectancy for cryptocurrency projects was 3 years in the December 2020 reference load forecast, which was changed to a 5-year life expectancy in the April 2023 reference load forecast, correct?
Yes.
What's the basis for increasing the average life expectancy of cryptocurrency projects from 3 to 5 years?
Our firm, BC Hydro, did do some research into the life expectancy of the equipment. These are the servers, which I gather is the main type of equipment at a cryptocurrency site. And the expected life of the load generally aligns with that life of server estimate. Cryptocurrency is it's a volatile industry. It's an emerging industry, and there's just been quite a lot of volatility in our service territory with respect to cryptocurrency loads, both coming on very quickly and also withdrawing very quickly. So this is the best estimate that we have at this time, that this is not a permanent load, but it's a temporary load in that, approximately 5 years range.
So just to clarify, that's a 5-year range based on the life expectancy of the servers themselves and then the volatility of the business?
That's right, yes.
If you could turn to the response to BCUC IR 4.131.1, PDF page 37, I believe.
Yes, I have it, thanks.
This response was covered somewhat by questions earlier this morning, but BC Hydro assumes in this response that all the incremental heat pump market share will be the result of approximately 30,000 residential accounts fuel switching from natural gas to electricity, correct?
That is a good description of that new type of load and the reference load forecast. The accelerated load scenario has additional heat pump adoption beyond that.
And I don't think this is controversial, but you'd agree that heat pumps are cost prohibitive to some BC Hydro ratepayers?
I would say that's not an unreasonable statement, that it is expensive to retrofit a home.
So for the estimated 30,000 residential accounts installing heat pumps, what assumptions did BC Hydro make regarding the cost of heat pumps and any affordability measures to reduce those costs?
The premise behind, I'll speak to the premise behind the load forecast, which for large industrial, we do look at project costs, and we consider and we collect all kinds of third-party market research on, is this proposal going to be competitive in the market? Can they get a good enough price for their product such that they're going to go ahead and build? For the residential and commercial, we do not conduct that level of analysis at the end use level, and we're simply not resourced for it for residential and commercial end uses. The premise or the thinking behind the increased adoption of heat pumps that we've included in the reference load forecast is that we have observed continued policy support for heat pumps in Canada, both at the provincial and the federal level. There is momentum, there's interest in heat pumps, and even though we have, as a primary heat system, it's still modest, we are seeing uptake in heat pumps. So as an example, we had completed our residential end-use survey in 2023, and heat pumps have gone from, in terms of people who have any heat pump, maybe it's in a spare room, they've gone from 1% in 2003 to 12% now. So that's growing. So given the policy support for heat pumps and the fact that there is growth, maybe not yet as much in primary heat system, but across broad segments of our population, it's not unreasonable to include some heat pump fuel switching in the reference load forecast.
And are you able to identify any assumptions specifically about the affordability of heat pumps that you've used?
For the residential load forecast, we do not look at end-use costs, except in an indirect way, which is not applicable to this heat pump new type of load, but our primary forecast, which this heat pump new type of load was added to, it is developed using a ITRON statistically adjusted end-use model. And the shares that go into that model are from the U.S. Energy Information Agency, and they consider cost trends over time. So there is an indirect flow of cost trends into the residential and commercial forecast. But in terms of this specific heat pump market share, which was an adjustment added to the model, it did not consider the cost of the units, rather reflected that there's been sustained interest and adoption of heat pump and incentive and policy support for it, and thinking it's reasonable to assume that some of that's going to continue.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Basoli, this is a good time to break for lunch. What's the norm for how long we would take for lunch? 1 hour? Okay, so what time is it now? All right, I've got, it's about 12, what is it, 12:10? So we'll reconvene at 1:10 then. Okay, thank you very much, panel. Okay, I think we're ready to begin. The panel, you're all set? All right, please go ahead.
Thank you. As noted earlier, my name is Mackenzie MC. I'm representing the Residential Consumers Intervenor Association. And I'm happy to say that a lot of my cross was actually addressed by previous council, so hopefully we'll be a little shorter. I'd like to first refer you to a handout that is the AIDS cross, the RCIA's AIDS cross that was
Yeah, we'll try to avoid that, but yeah.
Test, test.
There we go. Sorry about that. Just a little bit of an angle for you.
Thank you. So I'd like to first start with the aid to cross for RCIA. And I believe it has been, or perhaps it hasn't been given the official exhibit number, but I believe the next number is C740. And if we could have a so marked.
Oh, we're just making sure that we've got it. Okay.
All got it?
So, sorry, what was your question? Was
I'm just, I just wanted to make sure that it was marked as an exhibit. So the next number was C7-40.
okay, that's fine with Mr. Vaselli. Okay, please go ahead. Yeah.
And turning to page 12, which is the start of the transcript, this is a transcript reference from BC Hydro's forecast 2023 to 2025 revenue requirement application proceeding. And I'm hoping we won't actually have to go through this, but it's there if you need it. And I would also ask you to look at your rebuttal evidence, which is Exhibit B49, page 27. And in particular, it's the reference in regards to Table 5. And so just by way of clarification, so Table 5 is the historical, actual, and forecasted subsector large industrial load. Do you have that in front of you?
Do you have it, Nadia?
I have it.
Okay. Now, in the 2023 to 2025 proceeding, there was some discussion as to the timing of when certain pulp and paper loads dropped off. And my understanding was that although it had originally been forecast for 2022, there was some variation in that forecast because that load did actually not drop off until sometime in 2023. Is that correct?
There was some large forestry loads that we had projected would come out of the forecast earlier than they did. That's correct.
Okay, and if we were to look at Table 5 and we look at forecast 2023, we see a drop. Would that represent those loads coming off?
There have been additional declines in the forestry sector relative to what was anticipated in the December 2020 reference load forecast, which is the subject of the transcript that you've provided. The transcript was from a streamline review proceeding for the revenue requirements application and was discussing the December 2020 reference load forecast. In the April 2023 reference load forecast, the forestry sector further declines relative to December 2020.
Okay, so my clarification is the pulp and paper, those loads that came off sort of later than expected, are they included and reflected in
the signpost update?
So the reason I'm pausing is just in consideration of customer confidentiality. That said, many of the large mill closures are public, and it's been widely announced, for example, their curtailments to Paper Excellent Crofton, Powell River, Prince George Pulp Mill, Canfor Taylor. There have been numerous, and they are reflected in the April 2023 reference load forecast based on their probability of closure if they have not already closed. We do complete a site-by-site assessment of the probability of closure with help from third-party market experts. So yes, the decline in forestry that's happening and is expected to continue is reflected in the April 2023 reference load forecast.
Okay, would you be able to identify how much load had actually dropped off by the end of fiscal 2023?
What I can point you to, first I will refer you to the comparison of the large industrial reference load forecast between the December 2020 vintage and April 2023. And what you can, this is table 7 of the signpost update, exhibit B1, it's exhibit B39, and it's appendix C1, and it's table 7. And what you can see there is the comparison between the load forecast vintages. It does start in fiscal 2024. The new load forecast is 200 for forestry, is 200 GWH lower. By fiscal 41, it's almost 1,000 GWH lower for forestry. Now, with respect to 2023, I don't have the 2023 numbers in front of me. I will note, however, that the 2023 year is what we consider a binary year in our forecast, and I won't belabor the point, but in the binary years, and this is really for revenue forecasting, for large industrial loads, we choose either 100% in or 100% out. And if you have a sector such as forestry where you're starting to have risk of closures, sometimes as a result of that binary method, you'll see a drop at the end of the binary period, which is 3 years by memory. And you're seeing that drop here between fiscal 25 and fiscal 26 in the April 2023 reference load forecast. So that's a feature of the method which was developed for revenue requirements purposes. And yeah, so that's just an explanation of how it works.
Okay, thank you for that. But I note at what would be page 15 of Exhibit C740, there's reference to an anticipated 7% drop expected in mill closures that were occurring in 2023. And I'm just wondering to what extent those happened before the end of fiscal 2023. And I'm using fiscal 2023 because I understand was the cutoff for the data used as part of the signpost update. So I'll start by getting you to confirm that is in fact the case, that it was fiscal 2023 was the last actual data included.
It depends on the sector in terms of how recent the input data were. So the forecast was released in April of 2023, and our fiscal year ends March 31st. So the full fiscal 2023 is not reflected and practically could not not be reflected in a forecast issued in April. We use based on the workflow and the time that the modeling takes to complete, we use the most recently available information. So for some of the larger loads, and in particular for oil and gas, we took a close look after the release of the Energy Action Framework and examined if we were observing changes in response to that. For forestry and some of the other sectors, the information was from summer or fall of 2022.
Okay. Could I ask you to undertake to provide the volume and the timing of pulp and paper load drops in 2023, and whether they would or would not have been included in the actuals used for the update?
What I would suggest two options as an alternative. The first, what I would suggest as an alternative, and this is in particular keeping in mind that the Integrated Resource Plan is a system-level plan. It's not a plan just for pulp and paper or just for any other customer segment. It is a system-level plan, and also in respect of the confidentiality of our individual customer loads. What I would suggest as an alternative is to refer to the overall load forecast performance for fiscal 2023, which we have provided in Table 1 of our rebuttal evidence. And as you can see there, for fiscal 2023, our April 2023 reference load forecast was within 0.3% of actuals. The December 2020 load forecast was lower than actuals, 1.6%, and that's what we had discussed at that streamline review proceeding. So my submission is that the system level view is the more appropriate view for an integrated resource plan, and I'd refer you to the information we've already provided on that.
I take your point. The problem is that, as you mentioned, that the system level plan was built up from the bottom up for the reference forecast, looking at the individual sectors and customers. I don't need information regarding the actual identity of any customers. We're just looking to find out how much load came off in 2023 and the relative time frame of whether it was included or not included in the update as an actual.
And I would refer you to Table 4 of the rebuttal evidence, and this is Exhibit B49. So in Table 4 for fiscal 2023, we are providing both by sector, by large sector, actual sales and forecast sales by sector. So for example, you can see there for the large industrial, the actual sales were 13,264 GWH, and then the forecast after demand side measures is 13,319. For a closer look at sector performance, I'd refer you to Table 4.
We'll leave it at that. Still looking at Table 5, it appears that the biggest growth in the large industrial sector is in the oil and gas, and I know you had discussions with previous council to that effect. And I know that you had mentioned that the LNG sector is a large component of that increase, is that correct?
LNG is one of the customer types. In the other large industrial, there's also pipelines, there's shale gas, there's propane terminals, there's the oil refineries.
And that's all under the oil and gas heading?
That's all under oil and gas, including LNG in that particular table that you're referring to, Table 5.
Okay, and with regards to, so when we're looking at that going from 2023 through 2028, there seems to be forecast growth of about 142%. Has any probability been assigned to growth in the LNG, like in terms of whether you expect specific projects to go ahead?
Yes, every LNG proposal at the time the reference forecast was developed was analyzed in detail against the framework that we have provided and that you can find in our response to CECIR 4.32.3. And we assign a probability to the proponent's load request. That probability is based on how far the project has proceeded through key milestones, including consultation, permitting, financing, interconnection, final investment decision, and then finally construction.
Okay, and I believe you had mentioned that that specific probability related to individual loads is in regards to the bottom-up approach of the reference forecast, correct?
The reference load forecast, the low load scenario, and the North Coast scenario all use that same framework. The accelerated electrification scenario does not use that framework.
So was any type of probability assigned in the accelerated electrification forecast with regards to the growth in LNG and other oil and gas?
The accelerated electrification load scenario doesn't use a probabilistic framework. Rather, it sets a province-wide greenhouse gas emission target and estimates load growth from fuel switching associated with various sectors to reach that target. So it does examine emission reduction potential and to some extent cost, but its framework, the framework and approach is not, it doesn't use the probability weightings for individual large projects that are used in the reference low and low load scenario.
But if I can just intervene there, that modeling framework, though, will, is it not true, reduce production. So it could be a reduction in natural gas production, for example. So that's happening. I guess we don't have to call it a probabilistic sense, but one could call it a probabilistic sense. It's what is going on in the model is it's looking at what's the cost of fuel switching, what is the effect on production, and therefore what's the probability that production will stay the same or go down or be forecast. Is that correct?
Navius did not describe it to me as a probability, so I can't speak to that, but certainly the output of the industrial segment is adjusted based on their model, and you do see that in the natural gas industry where they have, their model indicates that production, which is currently around 6.5 BCF per day, their model indicates that it drops to below 6 by 2040.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify that in your answer. Yeah.
Right. And so I also wanted to clarify, since the production is expected to drop or level off, why it's showing this 142% increase.
Conceptually, the way that I think about it is much of the natural gas industry, both production and even LNG, which we don't have yet, but it's coming, it can grow irrespective of electricity supply. It can be served by natural gas. So the extent of electrical load growth will not necessarily be proportional to the pace of change of production for the industry overall. It's certainly possible that for the province, natural gas production could shrink while load increases, electrical load, as more of the industry is electrified.
But if the LNG is being served by natural gas, wouldn't that render the increase? Wouldn't that be contrary to the increase that you're forecasting?
No, not necessarily. The load increase is about the amount of that industry that takes electrical service. So for context, currently parking LNG, because we don't have any right now, but if you think just of the upstream, about a third of that industry is taking electrical service. So most of it's not taking electrical service. It's self-supplying with natural gas. So we've only got a third of that industry right now. So what happens with the whole industry is, I would argue, less relevant to BC Hydro's long-term resource plan than how much electrification growth there is. That industry could grow or shrink, and that may not be proportional to the change in electrical load because that industry can self-supply.
Okay, and if we look at Table 5 in your signpost update, and we look at the years from, say, 2023 onwards,
I think I
under
made it
oil and gas,
a different. Can you give me the reference again?
sorry, it was the same table.
It's in Appendix C1.
Sorry, that was in your rebuttal.
It's in the rebuttal. Okay.
My mistake. So,
And Table 5.
right,
Yes.
still, so in each of the years where you're forecasting the increases in oil and gas and LNG, are those increases due to discrete projects, or is that a continuing expectation of growth?
For the large industrial reference load forecast, it is based entirely on analysis of discrete projects. We analyze all of our existing, and there's about 200 existing large industrial customers. We analyze each of those and consider, if relevant, their probability of closure or expansion. And then for proponents, for those potential new large industrial facilities, we assess them using the probabilistic framework that looks at their progress through key milestones. So yes, it's entirely based on analysis of individual discrete loads.
Okay, thank you. Now, earlier today, you were discussing with the CEBC's counsel, Mr. Fitch, regarding some of the leading indicators that may impact your forecast now and in the future, such as, heat pump installations, technological changes, economic indicators. And I just wanted to follow up on that. And can you indicate whether there are specific systems in place for monitoring those, like for doing continuous monitoring and incorporating those into forecast updates, or what is BC Hydro's process?
I can get into the detail, but do you want to start with the overall signpost process, or do you want me to dive I'll talk about the market intelligence and research we collect for load forecasting. We do have a number of sources of market intelligence and monitoring and research. We do conduct, as an example, every month, we examine the variance of our forecasts relative to actual sales, and we seek to understand if there was a variance, what was the source of the variance by sector, or in the case of a large industrial project, by project. We review our interconnections queue regularly to assess which types of projects are requesting service. We subscribe to market research and market intelligence from industry experts. An example of one of those subscriptions, Wood Mackenzie, they provide detailed analysis and projections for individual firms operating in BC and an outlook for that firm's economic prospects, including firms operating in the shale area and also individual LNG projects. We also monitor we conduct regular surveys of our residential customers to assess changes to the end-use shares. An example that I referred to earlier, our residential end-use survey, it tells us a tremendous amount, including, for example, how many of our customers have bought heat pumps, and how are they using those heat pumps? Is it a primary source of heat? Is it a secondary source of heat? Those are some of the market intelligence and monitoring that we use.
Thank you. If I could have you turn up Exhibit B43, which is the responses to the BCUC on August 11th, 2023, and in particular, I'm interested in the second response, which is 4.129.2. And again, this is for more for clarification. And in particular, I'm looking at page 3 of 6 of that response.
That one. Thank you. I'll just need a moment, please. Oh, that's not me. That's not me.
Okay. And in their response, BC Hydro goes through some of the considerations it looked at in adjusting the forecast for 2021. And in particular, what I'm interested in is with regard to energy efficiency, which is discussed at the top of page 3 of 6. It indicates that while it maintains the high end of the contingency plans, it appears that the update forecasts actually reflect reduced energy savings. And I'm wondering if you could explain that apparent discrepancy.
So just to clarify, we are here today to speak about the load forecast net of existing and committed demand-side measures, not about the actions that are coming out of the analysis of the load resource balances.
Okay, but wouldn't that be considered relevant to your total forecast by looking at what are the offsetting?
No, so the way that the IRP works is we develop a load forecast net of what we've already committed to doing. Anything beyond what we've already committed to do is a choice that we get to make. That choice could be to do more demand-side measures. It could be to acquire new energy. It could be to continue with existing energy purchase agreements. So I'm afraid this question is verging into the choices that we make relative to other choices that were available to us.
So when you're discussing the energy efficiency, you're not talking about the choices that the consumers are actually making?
I think what we're, well, maybe I'll ask, so I think what we're saying is we can speak to today the choices that customers have made, not to the choices that customers may make with respect to energy efficiency. Those are part of the options that we considered and an understanding of how might a customer respond to an energy efficiency program. Those are not taken out of the load forecast for the purposes of this discussion. Today, they are part of the resource options database that we create that says, you've got your load forecast and you've got your supply and there's a gap, how are you going to fill it? But that's not the...
I see where you're talking about the opposite side of the coin, more or less. I'm wondering, though, if you could, at least for clarification, explain, because it talked about energy savings of 2,080 gigawatts per year, and approximately 380 megawatts of capacity savings, but on the other hand, the updates all for lower amounts.
So again, I'm afraid the people who are able to answer that question are not here today. The people who analyze the different options that we have for meeting the gap between the supply and demand, that's part of our choices. And unfortunately, we didn't bring those people to the panel today. We didn't understand that to be the scope of this conversation.
So they will be able to answer that question on Monday?
I will advise the team that that will be a question that they will be asked.
Thank you.
Whether they've prepared for that, I can't say.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if you could again turn to the aid to cross C7-40. And if I could have you turn to what would be figure 1 on page 4. And this will be just sort of a lot of walking through this, and at first. So looking at figure 1, there's a wiggly blue line in the middle, which is depicting the historical and forecast peak energy actuals to date. And then, of course, the accelerated electrification forecast in green, the reference forecast in red, and the low load forecast in purple. Now, if we were to look at the dotted lines, the historical average for 1963 onwards, which is the dotted blue line, it seems to suggest a trend somewhere slightly above and then moving between the accelerated and reference forecast. Is that correct?
Yes, although I will argue where you start the line, it makes a big difference in the trend analysis. So given that you started in 1960, that is true. If you were to start the line at a future date, that line shift would not be the same.
Right, and we're going to move to that because now BC, being one of the leading provinces in the implementation of clean energy initiatives, began implementing legislation to drive the move away from fossil fuels in around 2002. Is that fair to say?
I can't speak to that.
In terms of the date? Or
I guess what you're asking me to do is comment on when the government initiated policy, and I'm not prepared to do that.
Fair enough. Okay.
And if I were on the witness stand, I would have said there was a carbon tax that came in as well, and other policies before that. And so
okay, but there was definitely, there has been more in the last millennium than, say, the preceding one. More policy, both federally, locally, and provincially, to move away from the use of fossil fuels. Is that fair?
I think it's a fair general statement that we're seeing that not only in Canada, but in other jurisdictions as well.
Okay, and that's maybe reflected in that if we were to compare the trend in peak energy from 1963 to 1999, which that would be the black dotted line versus the orange dotted line, and I take your point that the line actually would start partway. Wouldn't start back in the 60s for the orange dotted line. But if you look at that, you would see that there has been a change in the slope of the demand line as a result of that change in direction. Is that fair?
So my colleague reminds me that there is more behind the blue line than policy. There is economic conditions, there's other factors, so we cannot ascribe the slope of these lines to any one factor, whether it be policy or anything else.
And that's fair enough. But for whatever reason, there is clearly been a shift in the slope of the line. If we were to look at, say, the beginning period, 1963 to the end of the previous millennium, and then if we look forward from 2000 onwards. Is that fair? I think you had mentioned that there has been a drop in a sort of a leveling of demand generally.
Well, I want to be, I think I'm where my reluctance is coming in answering your question, as I think you're asking, is there's so many factors that go into these lines, and we have had also implemented a wide range use of energy efficient lighting that took place. And so what I'm saying is that there are a lot of different factors that go into these lines, and I'm reluctant to say that they're caused by any one thing. I think they're caused by many things.
And I take your point, and I'm not trying to trick you, I'm not trying to ascribe I'm not trying to go, this is because of this act or anything else. That's not where I'm going. I'm just generally trying to show that there's been a change of demand that's happened particularly since the start of the new millennium. And I take your point, it's due to a number of things. But there has been a change. Is that fair?
If I just look at the blue line is not the same in 2020 as it was in the start of the millennium. There has been a change.
Okay, thank you. And similarly, if we were to look at figure 3, in relation to the total load, we're seeing a similar trend where there's been a shift from the previous trajectory. In other words, from the 1963 onwards versus, say, 2000 to 2022.
When I look at figure 3, I see a general upward slope with lots of peaks and valleys. That's what I'm observing from figure 3. I'm not sure if there's something else you want me to infer from looking at figure 3.
Well, I'm looking more at the linear trends of the dotted blue line and say that as compared to the dotted orange line.
Okay, so on my figure 3, there are no linear trend lines. My figure 3, there's only one line.
Are you talking about figure 4?
I'm sorry, figure 4.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
That would help.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question for figure 4?
So I'm just saying that similar to the peak load, what we're seeing is that there's, you know, there's been a shift from the previous trend from, like, as opposed to the trend that was happening in the last millennium, there's been, again,
Well,
a
in that
shift
period
down.
of time that you've selected, we've had the Great Recession in 2008, and we had a COVID pandemic in 2020. So I would say if you were asking me what was one of the major drivers of that line,
I wasn't.
yeah, those would be some of the things that would come to mind.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, but I was just wanting to see if you would agree that there has been that shift. And it sounds like you agree, but the reasons are multitude, right? And notwithstanding, and if we were to refer to figures, sorry. Make sure I got the right figures. Figures 2 and figure 3. Actually, figure 3 is just the blow up of figure 2. Figure 3 and figure 5. Make sure I've got the right numbers. And again, I'm taking your point that there are a multitude of things. But over that period, with the enactment of and the legislation is just to show where those were enacted. But with those different changes and the other factors that are influencing demand in all sectors, would you agree that we have not seen any sustained step increases?
I guess there's a couple of things that are going through my mind as I hear the question. We've certainly been demonstrating that load has been pretty stable since 2003. And that's despite, you know, the fact that we've had a growing population and we've had other economic factors that have been, such as the changes that we've seen in the forestry sector, for example. So we've also seen legislation, and as my colleague reminds me, some of the legislation has a positive impact on load and some of the legislation has a negative impact on load. I also think it's an interesting time in history with respect to the energy transition that's taking place. One of the things I think we have to think about is, are we ready for various potential futures that could happen? So I want to be clear to say that I don't know what the demand for electricity is going to be 20 years from now. Certainly have a less degree of certainty about what that is. I think that the commission, the question before the commission is whether or not BC Hydro is preparing itself for those potential futures, and in light of the fact that there is an energy transition that's taking place that did not take place in the 1960s through the 2010s. So I just maybe ask that we consider that the times that we're in may be requiring us to think about load forecasting differently.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, you mentioned, say, even in 2010, that you're saying that there was no energy transition happening in 2010?
I think that the pace of change of energy transition is at a different scale. So we've certainly had a number of, well, I'm not sure if we would call it energy transition, but we've certainly had a lot of people that were switching to more energy efficiency programs and using energy more efficiently. What we're talking about now, I think, is at a different scale of industrial electrification, electrification of the transportation sector, changing the way that we heat our homes, heat the water that's in our homes. I think that is different today than it was in 2010. I also think it's different today than it was in December of 2020 when we developed the reference load forecast. That was the basis of the IRP.
Thank you. And I believe these other questions will likely be for you as well, and they're in regards to the proposed living IRP. And those are discussed, it's outlined in exhibit, and I don't think you need to turn it up, but in exhibit B39, appendix A1 in the draft order, which requests the ability to file approximately 18 months after the Commission's decision on the existing IRP. And then in Exhibit B43, which is an information response to the BCUC question number 8, which is 4.129.8. And again, I'm not sure you need to look it up, but it discusses the pros and cons of the 5-year versus the 18-month proceeding. What I'm interested in is how you actually envision this process would be if it's done every 18 months after the decision on an existing IRP. So would you anticipate, for example, the same type of filing, the same type of regulatory process, interrogatories, hearing, and I know you're just looking forward to that, but I'm just wondering if that's what you envisioned. Did you envision some kind of streamlined process? I just wanted to get a feel for what was expected or.
Sure, and I will say, I think the question goes a bit beyond the scope of the proceeding today, which is about the load forecast. So maybe if I could talk about the living IRP from a load forecasting perspective, that would be helpful. We will be issuing a new load forecast for the next iteration of the IRP once we get the decision from the Commission. We will have a reference load forecast, which is similar to the load forecast methodology that we use today. We'll be looking at the methodology that we use for the accelerated electrification scenario to see how we can improve that to continuously improve the way that we do the forecasting of different scenarios. We may, in fact, need to consider different scenarios than the ones that we have considered today. I think that is a lot still to be determined. In terms of the regulatory process, we appreciate that it's been a long time since BC Hydro has filed an IRP, and it's not surprising the degree of information requests and the evidentiary record which is sitting behind the panel. It's extensive. I don't think that's a sustainable approach for dynamic energy planning and resource planning. That would be my position, but that may be different than the position that the Commission has with respect to what it expects to see. And we look forward to hearing the ruling on this IRP and incorporating that feedback into our next process.
Okay, thank you. How did BC Hydro know that its current IRP was out of date?
We had the signpost process that we identified when we filed the IRP in December 2021, and we said we acknowledged in that submission in December 2021 that the world was changing and that we would need to monitor the progress. When we did do the signpost update, we analyzed what was happening with the load forecast, as we're here to talk about today. What we're not here to talk about today, but I'm sure will be part of the process that we'll be undergoing, is what else changed. And there were other changes that we highlighted in the signpost update that caused us to pause and reflect to say that we needed to accelerate some of the near-term actions, and we felt it was prudent to do so rather than to continue with the 2021 IRP and not be able to take the actions that would be necessary to be able to meet the needs of British Columbians.
Well, given the uncertainty about the transition and everything else, why not simply file IRPs if and when things materially change, as opposed to some prescribed time frame?
One of the things that an IRP does is it does help with future regulatory processes. So when we file a revenue requirements application, or when we file, for example, a certificate of public convenience and necessity, if that is identified in an IRP, the commission panel that's reviewing that application has a context in which to evaluate that application. And for example, energy purchase agreements. We are hopeful that an IRP decision from the commission and the feedback that we receive will help us with future regulatory filings, making them more efficient.
But isn't the current process that you would be relying on the past IRP, so they still had a context to review it?
I think we may be going beyond the scope of this hearing. So I'm looking for.
Well, I'm in particular, I'm just wondering if, in terms of the frequency of these forecasts, and I'm more than any other element of the IRP, you know, I'm just trying to understand why you would need to have this sort of prescribed time frame for renewing the forecasts.
I think the best way I can answer that is I think the world is changing rapidly. I would assume that the commission and interveners would want to know how BC Hydro would amend its near-term actions in response to that, and have the ability to provide some direction to BC Hydro before it files those other applications such as CPCNs or energy purchase agreement renewals. That's why we believe that this is the right approach.
Okay. And if you had a living IRP with these regular updates to the forecast, why would you need to plan on the basis of anything other than the reference forecast?
I believe that the BC Hydro has to be ready to meet the needs of British Columbians. The reference load forecast is, I'm going to make sure I get my wording correct because I've not always done so. But when I take a look at the current Utilities Commission Act, which outlines what a IRP or long-term resource plan is supposed to contain, and the fact that it does say that there is a mid-level or expected, that may not be enough to be able to meet the needs of British Columbians in the future. One of the ways to think about that is that the reference load forecast could be perceived as a floor and not a ceiling. And I don't want to give the impression that we are deterministic, that we know how the future is going to unfold, because quite frankly, we believe that there is uncertainty in the future, and that it is the prudent thing to do as the utility that serves this province to be ready to serve our customers if things go as we expect and if they don't go as we expect.
And if they don't go as you expect, wouldn't that be covered by both the accelerated and the low load forecast?
Absolutely, we believe that the low load forecast scenario is a possible scenario, as is the accelerated, and there are other scenarios as well we developed for this IRP. What we were attempting to do is to create an understanding of a range of possible outcomes, as opposed to saying we know exactly what the future is going to be. And to be open to be asked the question, are you ready to respond if that future unfolds?
Mr. Chair, I hesitate to rise during my friend's cross-examination, but I just note the time.
I'm actually done.
Okay.
Oh,
There you
okay.
go.
So we'll take a 5-minute break.
How's that for timing?
Yes, okay. Didn't mean to rush you, but I think it worked out well.
Hey, thank you very much, Pam.
Thank you.
So we'll take a 5-minute break. You guys go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Okay, we'll start in 10 seconds. All right, panel's ready? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Panel, good afternoon. My name is Chris Weaver, spelled W-E-A-F-E-R, and I'm counsel for the Commercial Energy Consumers Association of BC. And it's good to see you all again, so I look forward to going through our questions. I did circulate, as direction of staff, a witness aid of the materials that we'll refer to in our discussions this afternoon. They're all materials on the record. I did not produce copies for the room because it was emailed out, and I believe everybody's got a soft copy of it. As I say, there's no materials in that package. It's all part of the voluminous record that exists, and we decided not to add to it. So I will give you a bit of a roadmap of my cross-examination so we know what topics we're going to get to. And some ground has been covered, but I would highlight also, Ms. Tischuk, your comment in your opening statement around people may be bringing different perspectives to the topic. So I won't be repetitive, but I may go back to some areas that were covered earlier. My topics will be the living resource plans, a bit of a follow-up there, the accelerated electrification scenario versus the reference load forecasts, the low load forecast scenario, the relationship between oil, gas, and LNG and the forecast load, electric vehicles' impact on the load forecast, rate forecast and rate impacts related to the load forecast, and DSM and accelerated and the relationship with the accelerated load forecast. So I think by saying load forecast after every one of those, I've brought them within scope of the proceeding. So we shouldn't have any debate on that. I think we'll stay within the parameters. So turning to my first topic in the living resource plans, which the previous cross-examiner covered and was also discussed earlier, and you mentioned it in your opening comments. The observation would be that we're trying to improve the process of integrated resource planning and improve the quality of our load forecast. Would that be part of what the objectives are of moving to this living load forecast?
I definitely am interested in improving the process. In terms of improving the load forecast, we do have a roadmap of things that we'd like to do to improve the load forecast as well. I do want to say, planning for something 20 years into the future at a time of great uncertainty will always have an inherent uncertainty to it. And so I don't want to leave the impression that we feel that we can perfect what a load forecast looks like, but we're certainly open to improving it.
Absolutely, and you'd agree that we should be trying to improve it out of this proceeding and not wait for another proceeding to make that happen, because, well, again, we'll be pushing it down the road another several years. Is that a fair comment?
We would welcome feedback from the commission on what changes they would like to see to the the load forecast.
No, thank you, and you'd agree with me that that feedback would be assisted by if there is any information BC Hydro has on how they would like to improve their future load forecasts, for example, in the scope and level of detail of an application. Has BC Hydro turned its mind to that topic, and given the amount of time we've had to review this proceeding?
Yes, is the short answer.
Yes, we did file a couple of IRs that describe some load forecast improvements that we want to make. So for reference, there is CEC-IR 4.1.1, and then there is also BCUC-IR 4.173.4. And one of the areas that we are keen to work on for the next forecast cycle, as an example, is to bring some of that granularity into the electrification load scenario so that we can get a better sense. We can reconcile the electrification scenario better with our rate classes, location, service requests. We're also interested in getting a better understanding of electrification across the large industrial sector. The accelerated electrification load scenario for large industry, it largely focused on natural gas compression opportunities, but we know from our customers that there's opportunities, for example, in mining. So we'd like to examine some of that broader range of opportunities. That's one of the examples of area of opportunity for the next electrification scenario.
So So to cut to the chase, in terms of making sure that we come out of this proceeding with the best evidence for the commission in terms of what a future IRP may look like based on this living model, is BC Hydro satisfied that it's put everything on the record that it should in terms of helping our processes go forward, or is there anything else you'd undertake to provide in terms of changes to inputs, changes to modeling, improvements that we could try identify now as opposed to wait to a subsequent proceeding? Do we have all of your best thinking and your best suggestions on the record in this proceeding, or would you undertake to provide further information to assist the commission?
I'm going to start by saying I think that the record is significant on this filing. That said, we are always within the Energy Planning and Analytics Group looking at opportunities to improve. We have not developed the framework for the next IRP. That will be something that we will be doing after we get the decision from the commission. So I believe you've got the best thinking that we have at the moment, but it may not be the only thing that we would put forward.
Well, I just take one more shot at it in the sense of the living plan is something that came out of the evidentiary the later filings of BC Hydro. You've had several months to consider that a proposal. We'd like to make sure that coming out of this, we have the most useful information going forward, and what you're telling me is we have that on the record.
Yes.
That's fine. Moving on with the accelerated electrification scenario and the reference load forecast, and this was discussed earlier. It's acknowledged and accepted. For example, the BC Hydro's North Coast load forecast scenario and the accelerated electrification scenario, they're not consistent in terms of inputs, methodologies, and results, correct?
They do use different modeling frameworks. That's correct.
And the mixing of those two approaches provides no material value in the sense that they've been put together in a different way, and mixing the two adds no real value to looking at your load forecast. Is that correct?
The North Coast load scenario can't be directly added to the accelerated electrification load scenario, if that's your question. And that's because the accelerated electrification load scenario meets a target of greenhouse gas emissions across the province. And once you add new industrial loads to that scenario, you're no longer meeting that target. So you can't stack another set of industry on top of the accelerated electrification load scenarios. It won't meet its kind of defined purpose anymore.
Right. The accelerated electrification scenario was it's basically one pathway to achieving the province's GHG reduction targets. Is that the primary focus of that scenario?
Yes.
Yeah.
And BC Hydro has in numerous locations on the evidence identified that that's just one pathway, and there's other pathways for the GHG targets to be met by the province. Is that correct? That's a fair summary of the evidence?
Yes.
Yes.
And at a high level, would you give us some examples as to where those other pathways may exist other than through the BC Hydro initiatives?
Maybe, I'll start and then we'll see if we can add into that. So meeting the Clean BC roadmap and the province's climate action targets is the responsibility of a number of different participants. It's not BC Hydro's responsibility on its own. Fortis has a responsibility. Our customers have a responsibility because it's actually our customers who are going to be making the decisions. And those decisions could be to invest in a heat pump, to buy an electric vehicle, to convert their industrial operation. So when you think about that, the mix of where the greenhouse gas reductions could come from could come more or less from electrification, more or less from one sector versus another. So there are many different ways in which we could achieve that target as a province.
Thank you. That's helpful. In terms of carrying on the accelerated electrification scenario, and there's been some discussion this morning, this was developed by Navius Research using the GTEC model. Is that a proprietary model?
Yes.
And does BC Hydro have the ability to operate this model directly?
No.
Do you have an ability to directly review or audit the inner workings of the model?
No.
So in terms of, and some of this was covered this morning, and I just want to capture to make sure we've got each of them. As I understand the Navius GTEC model, it only produces results in 5-year increments, 2025, 2030, 2040. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you confirm that this coarseness and temporal resolution is inadequate for BC Hydro in terms of system planning, which requires yearly resolution load forecasts?
I wouldn't describe it as having been inadequate for our integrated resource plan. The accelerated electrification load scenario, if you think about the total load under that scenario, so to illustrate, let's assume it's 80 GWH. The first 70 is reference load forecast. It's got the reference load forecast in it, and then there's incremental load above and beyond the reference load forecast that's reflected in the accelerated electrification load scenario. So the majority of that load is load that has been studied at that granular level of detail that goes into the reference load forecast. We know, as an example, where the loads are located in BC based on the reference load forecast. We have, over the near term, not once you get past 2030, but certainly leading up to 2030, for a number of the end uses, in particular transportation and natural gas compression, which are two of the major end uses in the accelerated electrification scenario, we have a good sense of the timeline of how those are going to develop. And we were able to apply that knowledge that we have of that timeline to shape the loads to 2030 for the accelerated electrification scenario.
So that's BC Hydro applying its judgment to the 5-year periods in terms of impact. So for example, if a large LNG load comes on mid-term of the 5 years, that's not going to be smooth in the 5 years. That's going to be a 1-year immediate impact, correct?
We did shape the accelerated electrification load between now and 2030 in instances where we have intelligence and information about the most likely timing of loads. And as an example, we applied that timing between the 2025 and 2030 milestone years, which is what the GTEC model produces. We applied shaping of the timing for natural gas compression because we do have intelligence and understanding of the timing of that industry developing. So we were able to provide I think a reasonable annual shaping to the accelerated electrification load scenario up until 2030. Beyond that, there's a lot of uncertainty, and we did apply linear interpolation to the years past 2030, and that might introduce some uncertainty.
And I think you touched on it, but there's similar judgment that has to be applied because the GTEC model does not forecast with geographical resolution or with sectoral resolution. Is that correct?
It doesn't have geographical specificity, and that, as mentioned earlier, is something that we want to work on to improve for the next set of forecast scenarios, to have better resolution geographically. And sorry, the other question?
Yeah, sectoral resolution, such as residential, commercial, oil and gas.
Right. So
and I think they're particularly in relation to system planning and DSM planning. And I understand
Yes.
the GTEC model doesn't provide you that sectoral resolution.
Well, it does operate at the level of different segments of the economy, and that's how it's designed. So it does examine the natural gas industry, built environment. The issue is that they don't align with BC Hydro's rate classes or rate schedules or sectors. So we were unable to reconcile the GTEC model definition of an industry back to, or a sector back to, our rate schedules and rate classes. So that's a limitation. But at a system level, which is the purpose of the IRP, I don't see that as being a meaningful limitation for system level planning. Although it would be nice to be able to truly line up the sectors and end uses and segments.
And also the Navius work does not produce a peak load forecast, is that correct?
Oh, I can't speak broadly for all Navius work, but I can confirm that the GTEC model did not produce a peak demand forecast.
And would you agree with me that a peak load forecast is essential for resource planning?
And it is essential for resource planning, and we do provide a peak load forecast for the accelerated electrification load scenario. That is something we have provided.
So looking at the challenges of the GTEC model, is it intended to provide just an alternative perspective, or is it just a representation of significant future uncertainties?
It's intended to illustrate how load could develop under a future where the province's greenhouse gas emission targets are met.
Thank you. This next topic has been covered by two previous cross-examiners, and it's in relation to information request number 4.3.3 from Clean Energy BC and Exhibit B44, and it's at page 11 of the witness aid. I don't think you'll have to go to it. I think you'll recall the discussion. It dealt with the thresholds or trigger points that would indicate to BC Hydro that load growth is trending towards the acceleration electrification scenario based on the data points. You recall that IR, and the response listed a number of bullet points. And I believe you've undertaken, and I just need clarification, perhaps follow-up, you undertook with Council to Clean Energy BC to provide an update on the present state of the bullet points identified in terms of performance and matching the load forecast. Do I understand that correctly? And if not, let's clarify what you are providing in response to.
So what our commitment was, and this is in respect of Clean Energy BC IR 4.3.3.
Correct, yes.
And in that IR, we discuss the features of the accelerated electrification load scenario that would have to come true for it to be realized, or at least some of them. And we were asked about the measures, such as, for example, what level of economic growth were we projecting in this scenario? What level of adoption of electric heat pumps are we projecting in this scenario? And that information is all on the record. We've indicated those market shares, how many electric vehicle market share, the stock, that's all on the record. And my understanding of the request was that in the interest of time, rather than taking yourselves to all those records so that you could see those metrics for yourself, we would refer you to them. We'd refer you to those IRs.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I wasn't sure whether the request was, and let me put this to you as a request as to whether this would be useful as we move forward with our living resource plan, and we look at bullet points that have sort of objective, these can be subjective or they can be objective pieces of evidence in terms of having a reference point to what provides the data in relation to each of the bullet points. The answer to the IRs is somewhat soft in the sense it's there are potential load-related sign points that, if observed, and I'm assuming by putting these bullet points that you see them as useful checkpoints as to how an accelerated load forecast is performing to reality. Would you agree with that?
I would agree, and the metrics are they're not subjective. So as an example, in attachment 1 to exhibit B32.2, we provide the vehicle stock, the zero emission light duty vehicle stock in the accelerated load scenario. So for Fiscal 2026, it's 326,000 vehicles. So we're going to have a good sense of if we're trending to that or not. Right now, we're at about 100,000. So whether we'll get there, whether we'll triple it by 26, time will tell. But we do have some really well-defined measures that we can monitor.
Except that, and on a go forward, these would be the type of metrics as we improve on our integrated resource planning and our load forecast, these will actually become more clear and more defined as here is what we're referring to in support of our load forecast.
If it's not clear, that's unfortunate. We do already monitor these metrics. So as an example, for the zero emission vehicle, every year we get the actual registrations of zero emission vehicles from ICBC. And we use that as an input to our load forecasts. And we can readily compare that to what stock was used in various scenarios. So that is part of our existing process to monitor metrics such as those.
Okay, thank you. It wasn't clear from the response, and we'll see the undertaking response, and that will assist. So thank you for that. I'd now like to move on to the low load forecast scenario. And here I take you to page 13 of the witness aid, which is figure 4.1 in the signpost update, which is exhibit B39, and it's at page 27. But if you have the witness aid, it says page 13. And here, and again, there's been some discussion around past experiences, historical demands. Would you agree with me, if you have figure 4.1 in front of you, that BC Hydro's demand in 2007 was not dissimilar to fiscal 2022 demand?
We've provided, we haven't gone all the way back to 2007. We've provided actual load data going back to 2015 in our rebuttal evidence.
But would you agree with the assertion that, looking at the graph, demand in fiscal 2007 was not dissimilar to fiscal 2022 demand? It looks fairly flatlined from the presentation.
Yeah, it has been fairly flat with the. We went through a period of flat load, and we've talked about some of the reasons that occurred. That was coming out of 2007. More recently, though, we've had, and it's one of the interesting findings in the signpost update. So, fiscal 2022, we had 3% load growth, which is one of the highest load growths that we've experienced, I think, for a decade. So we have seen recently that growth, 3.3% in fiscal 22, 1.4% in fiscal 23. Prior to that, we did have a number of years where load was flat. We had some moderate declines and some moderate increases for quite a long period of time, going back to approximately fiscal 2007.
So with the modification in 2022, essentially load has been flat since 2007. Would you agree?
Load, I would agree that load was generally.
Or sorry, demand.
That it was generally flat up until fiscal 22, where we start to see, we saw significant growth in fiscal 22 and 23.
Would you agree with me that during the past 15 years, the BC economy has grown and BC's population has grown?
The actual growth is provided by Conference Board of Canada, and it's available to all reviewers in Appendix C1 of the signposts.
But I don't think he asked you for the exact numbers.
Right.
You could just say yes, I think, if you don't mind.
What I'm cautioning about is that we didn't have growth in every year. So we had over the 5-year average, and I have the reference here, on a 5-year average basis, yes, we did have population growth And we did have GDP growth. In some individual years, I believe that wasn't the case.
Would you agree with me that electric consumption per unit of economic output, such as GDP and per population, has been declining for BC over the past 15 years?
I would agree that broadly we saw a decoupling of GDP and electrical demand in the 2000s, and that was observed across North America.
And when we look at that, and some reasons were discussed this morning, and just to list, I think some that were mentioned and some that weren't. We had the Great Recession of 2008, 2009. I think that was mentioned. You'd agree we've also had improved efficiencies in appliances, lighting, and building shells.
Yes.
And you've also had the effectiveness of PowerSmart.
Yes.
And you've also had customer attrition in the pulp and paper and forestry sector.
Yes.
And we also were burdened and acknowledged BC Hydro's efforts during COVID-19, but obviously it was an impact on the electric load as well. Would you agree with that?
I didn't catch the last.
That COVID-19 also affected load.
Yes, that had an impact, yes.
And would you agree with me that over the next 20 years, those scenarios are also probable and likely?
There could be shocks and unexpected. The most for sure will be shocks and unexpected events over the next 20 years.
Thank you. Just carrying on with the load scenario, and again trying to be efficient, but to get to one of the adjustments, you discussed the low load factor in section 4.121 and 4.122 of the signpost update, and I just want a clarification on at section 4.122, which is at page 15 of the witness aid. The last sentence, the 2023 low load scenario also reflects revised probability weightings for large industrial customers. And there's been discussion around this morning, and I'm just trying to get an understanding. Are those adjustments, those probability weightings, those are cutting both ways for declines and increases? So forestry sector declines, possible increases in oil, natural gas, LNG. Is that,
Yes.
is there a balance to that probability assessment? It's not one way or the other?
For the low load scenario, we applied a more conservative or more pessimistic view to the probability assessment of large industry across the board.
Sorry, would you mind repeating that? You made what revision, sorry?
We applied for the low load scenario, we applied a more conservative, or you might call it a more pessimistic approach to the probabilistic assessment of large new industrial load across all sectors.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I do want to then move on to the relationship between oil and gas and the LNG forecast loads. And here, again, there's been discussion this morning, and I don't want to recover ground, but clearly the oil and gas and LNG sectors are having a material impact on your forecast. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And just to, there's two elements to that in terms of electrification. There's electrification of the LNG facilities, potential facilities, and there's also load in relation to, I think you referred to upstream oil and gas. Is that, have I got that right? There's sort of two elements to the LNG and oil and gas sector.
There's the natural gas industry has a pretty complex supply chain from the well pad, so that's the extraction, and then there's the processing, and then there's the pipeline. So some people don't refer to the pipeline part as being upstream, but it's part of that whole supply chain as well. So those are the elements.
So when you talk about upstream, it's the pipeline as well as the production exploration components of oil and gas. Have I got that right?
For the reference load forecast and for the accelerated electrification load scenario, the electrification in the natural gas industry, putting aside LNG, is generally the processing plants. Those are fairly large, stable, long-term loads. The processing plants, and then to a lesser extent, pipeline, so compressor stations on pipelines, and much less so the well pad activity, because those are small, they're geographically dispersed, and they only last 5 to 10 years, and then you have to put in more wells. So that part of the supply chain doesn't have a significant component of electrification in the reference load forecast or accelerated load scenario.
The oil and gas sector, aside from LNG, still does have a significant prospective load for BC Hydro, I assume. I think that was discussed this morning in terms of the percent of the load that you have versus the potential.
Yes, and I believe we provided the growth.
I'm just talking
Yes.
generally. I'm talking at a higher level here.
Yes.
I don't mean to have you go to the detail. Just there's a significant potential opportunity in terms of oil and gas outside of LNG. But there's also the reality electrification is not played as dominant a role in that sector, and that sector has evolved and developed absent electrification. Is that fair?
The oil and gas, the upstream and the pipeline can self-supply, and historically that has been common, and that's common in other jurisdictions. However, with the policy environment here in British Columbia, electrification of those compression loads, that is recognized as a greenhouse gas abatement measure, and we are seeing increasing electrification of those loads in response to that policy landscape.
Understood, but I think your evidence also reflects, for example, for the North Montney region, it could be electrified, but it does not reflect your view as to how the natural gas industry in North Montney will develop, as the industry can develop without BC Hydroelectrical Service. And that's at page 34 of our witness aid. That's BC Hydro's evidence, correct?
Yes, it can self-supply. Whether that, to the extent that will be acceptable under the policy environment, that's an uncertainty. But based on the physics of it, yes, they can self-supply.
Thank you. I understand. That's fine. I'd like to get a handle on the potential impact on load created by the forecast load increase in oil and gas and LNG sector. If I could take you to page 30 of the witness aid. And this is a response to CECIR 4.15.1. And that's in Exhibit B44. In let me know when you're there.
Yes.
So if we look at the oil and gas, including LNG, this is the April 23 reference, large industrial oil and gas gigawatt hours. So fiscal 2024, 3,235, down to fiscal 2034, 8,327 gigawatt hours. This is the forecast load for oil and gas and LNG sector as a whole, a $5,000 gigawatt hour increase in the 10-year period, 2024 to 2034.
Well, with the exception of shale, which is shown separately. So shale represents those natural gas processing loads in the northeast, and that's shown separately.
Yes, I'm just focusing on the column on the left-hand side. Sorry if I wasn't clear, the oil and gas, including LNG.
Yes.
And so that's a $5,000 gigawatt hour load to that sector.
Yes.
Now, for the purpose of this growth and perspective, the most significant updated action item from the signpost update is the procurement of 3,000 gigawatt hours of greenfield clean energy and at least 700 gigawatt hours of IPP contract renewals. Can BC Hydro confirm that absent the 5,000 gigawatt hours a year of incremental oil and gas and LNG load to be served, that those procurements would not be necessary?
Given that we're not here today to speak about the near-term actions or the load resource balances, I can't answer that question.
Well, this is specifically on your load forecast and what's causing the need or not. And
Well,
so
my
if there's a weakness in your load forecast, would that load be required? Would
My understanding of your question is whether the 3,000 gigawatt hours is an action that we're taking as a result of this specific number. And that's what I'm saying we're not here to answer today. We're happy to answer any questions that you have about the 8,327 gigawatt hours. And we would be more than happy to talk about subsequent actions that we're taking as a result of the load forecast. But I think it's important to appreciate that the load forecast is a culmination of a lot of different inputs with different levels of probability and certainty. So to say that but for this number, we would have had a different outcome, I can't make that leap, quite frankly.
Well, if that load forecast did not materialize, would you need that call? And the 3,000 gigawatts of greenfield clean energy?
Again, I'm going to answer the question the exact same way, that we're not here today to talk about the need for the call, that we're here today to talk about the load forecast, and we're more than happy to answer questions about the 8,327 gigawatt hours and whether or not that is a reasonable forecast.
If it's not a reasonable forecast, would you be purchasing energy that's not required?
I'm answering the question again the same way as I did previously.
I'll move on, that's fine. Thank you, understood. There's no doubt that that forecasted load is a significant impact on your load forecast, is that correct?
It's correct that the oil and gas segment is a specific area of growth in the reference load forecast and in the accelerated load scenario. It's a contributor to the growth in both of those scenarios.
And if the LNG projects, large LNG projects, do not proceed, clearly you won't need the load to serve that sector, correct?
Well, to clarify, and it is very public, LNG Canada Phase 1, which is the largest LNG project in Canada, is almost completed construction, and the Coastal GasLink pipeline is almost completed. So at this point for that facility, the probability that they won't reach operation would seem very slim. There's timeline uncertainty, obviously. Publicly, they've stated that they'll be in service 2025. I think construction delays are always possible with large projects, but given how far along LNG Canada Phase 1 is, it would seem very unlikely that they won't reach operation at this stage.
When we look at the oil and gas, and I'm going back to the 1,327 gigawatt hours for 2034, does that assume all LNG projects that have been identified, including the two that are further along the past, are in service?
It includes our probabilistic assessment of all the LNG proposals that were in front of us when this forecast was developed. And for each of those proposals, we assess them against the risk assessment probability weighting that we use for the reference load forecast. So if a project was very early stages, had not received, for example, permitting, did not have customers, did not have feedstock, and there are some proposals of that nature, then it would be assigned a low probability weighting. So the amount of load that would be reflected in the load forecast for that project would be small. So every project was assessed against that framework and assigned a probability based on how far along it was towards actually meeting operations.
And the lower the probability that an LNG plant has to reach commercial operation dates within the time frame, did that also affect BC Hydro's forecast of oil and gas production, in the sense that oil and gas production may be going to operating LNG plants? Is there a sort of pro rata offset for oil and gas production if you assume lower probability for the LNG facilities?
In the case where we are aware of a contractual arrangement, an agreement between a producer and an LNG terminal, and there are a number of such arrangements in BC where the producers are associated and contracted to an LNG terminal, then we looked at that as a system in terms of the probability, both of reaching operation and also the timing. So if there's risk of the timing of the terminal, then there's risk of the upstream as well. That's in cases where there's a clear contractual link between the terminal and the producer, which isn't universal. But there's a number of those, but that's not universally the case. So not all shale customers or proponents, not all of that production is directly linked to a terminal, but some of it is.
But you've in doing your assessment of that figure that I've identified, there's an assessment that's been done in terms of the probability of LNG plants that have passed, and we will get to your project weightings IR here, but you've also adjusted the oil and gas downward if there's a lower probability of the LNG all plants proceeding. Have I got that correct?
Yes, to the extent the terminal and the producer are linked, we applied a similar lens to both. So we wouldn't, as an example, have a producer coming into service. If we know that site's producing for a specific terminal, we wouldn't have it coming into service later than the terminal or much earlier than the terminal. So we did strive to sync those up where we had information to do so.
Thank you. And I would like to move on to that. And the probabilistic, the probability weighting IR is in CECIR 4.32.3, exhibit B44. And here you set out your probability weighting. And I would like to just, this is a fairly high-level description of the probability weightings. I'd like to delve a little deeper to get a better sense of how deep BC Hydro is going in terms of, given the order of magnitude of LNG and oil and gas on load forecast, go a little deeper in terms of what due diligence is done by BC Hydro. And my intent is not to cross into any confidential areas. I'm not looking at any particular proponents. It's just generally what do you ask and how deep do you go to form the load forecast. So in terms of the LNG and your general evaluation, do you attain external expertise in evaluating LNG projects for inclusion in the load forecast?
Yes, we have multiple sources of intelligence on LNG proposals. One of the main ones that we use is Wood Mackenzie. Wood Mackenzie analyzes all LNG terminal proposals. It's a global service. They assign them their own likelihood of proceeding based on a careful examination of the economic outlook, so the global LNG market, the cost of the terminal, whether it's going to be cost competitive, the timing that it would enter into service, and their likelihood of being able to get customers. And they perform a very comprehensive assessment of terminals, including the BC LNG terminals. That's an important third-party expert input to our assessment. We also examine their status through our load interconnections queue and what they're telling our key account managers. Every proposal has a dedicated key account manager. That's a BC Hydro staff person that speaks to the customers and hears what the customers view, their outlook. And we also examine how the project is progressing through regulatory and permitting processes that they might have to go through, such as environmental agencies, and how construction is proceeding, and questions such as, do they have a feedstock? Do they have a pipeline? And do they have a customer? Do they have financing? So it's quite a dedicated, especially for the LNG loads, because there's few of them, and they're potentially very large. It is a dedicated, in-depth examination.
So that's the external work. And in terms of BC Hydro's review, is there a review done of the challenges of electrifying LNG done by BC Hydro as part of the assessment?
The customer, the proponent, they may not be customers yet, but the proponent requests electrical service based on their proposal. And they've studied their proposal and it's gone through their own rigor, and the proponent tells us the amount of electrical service that they're looking for. So that is our starting point in terms of what is the potential load that could arise. And that's not just for LNG, that's for all large industrial loads. The proponent provides an interconnection request to BC Hydro that is for their interconnection purpose. So that's the basis of the initial potential load estimate.
Does BC Hydro do an assessment of the upstream availability supply of natural gas for the LNG terminal in terms of assessing the potential life of the terminal?
Not for the life, for the, as an example of the probability that it will reach operation, you know, whether or not there's a pipeline is obviously an issue that we would think, because pipelines take a long time to build in BC. So if there's no pipeline, that's going to add uncertainty. In terms of natural gas supply, putting aside policy or other considerations, the BC Montney is it's a tremendous reserve of natural gas, and my understanding is that there's more than sufficient natural gas supply to serve the LNG proposals on the coast.
So an assessment is done by BC Hydro in terms of committing the resources and capital required to service an LNG facility, that there's an assessment done of the upstream supply of gas to actually give a life to that LNG terminal for a term commensurate with the investment of Hydro and its infrastructure.
Wood Mackenzie does an assessment of every proposal in terms of the cost of the supply and the availability of the supply. In a number of cases, that supply, if it's not electrified, which much of it isn't, then BC Hydro would have limited insight into the non-electrified supply, because they're not BC Hydro customers in that case. So we would rely on the third-party expertise of a firm like Wood Mackenzie that analyzes each proposal, their cost of supply and their cost of construction and their break-even, and whether or not, in that third-party expert's opinion, there's an economic case and how long for.
So I think you've answered my next line of questions. So the Wood Mackenzie consultant looks at the capital and infrastructure risks associated with LNG in terms of prior to BC Hydro committing to invest in capital infrastructure to support delivery to the site.
Well, I can't speak to BC Hydro's capital investment. Wood Mackenzie definitely assesses the economics of the terminal, including its cost of construction, its cost of supply, and the price that they could get on the market. We rely in load forecasting on the interconnections process. If a customer is advancing through the interconnections process, conducting the necessary studies and advancing through the process, then that's a good signal that there's progress on that project.
So, just so I understand, I appreciate you're not in dealing with the capital investment of BC Hydro, you're doing the load forecast, but in assessing the load forecast, issues such as whether it's more capital intensive for the LNG plant to use gas drive versus electric power, there's clearly a risk if there's significant economic advantage to the LNG plant if it uses gas drive versus BC Hydro's electric. So I assume BC Hydro spends time assessing whether this is a viable long-term customer in terms of putting together its load forecast.
Yes, that risk would show up in the cost and whether or not the terminal is competitive. So a terminal that has added costs, whether it's because of pipeline cost overruns or because they have to go e-drive, it might be less cost competitive to locate here than elsewhere where such constraints don't exist. And that assessment of the global competitiveness of an LNG terminal, that's conducted by third-party experts, including Wood Mackenzie, and there are other firms that we use for that as well, such as Bloomberg. So So they'll look at the cost of a terminal in BC, each individual one, and they'll compare it to, say, terminals in the Gulf Coast or Australia, and how does it compare, and is it likely, based on its economics, to reach operation?
And the final determination as to whether that facility goes into the load forecast is not based on the independent third party, but you take that information, you apply it to your probability scenarios and make a determination whether it's in or out. Is that a fair summary?
The third,
At least what I thought I heard was that it doesn't mean it's in or out, but it ends up being a percentage of it that will
Yes.
add up into it. I think I've already heard that answer.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I misspoke. What I was meaning to refer to the probabilistic scenario that's there as to whether, at what level of the probabilistic scenario. So thank you for the
So the in or
clarification.
out is what the trouble was.
And that's fair. That's fair. I apologize. That was not the intent. Last, in terms of sort of the detailed questions and your due diligence on LNG, I take it and this came up this morning in terms of the timing of commencement of commercial operation date. That is an assessment that was also made as part of your probabilistic scenario. The more risk for the COD, the lower the probability, and therefore less likely to be in your load forecast. Is that correct?
there's two risk adjustments potentially. There's a risk adjustment to the total load, so that's the megawatts and the GWH, and there's a risk adjustment to the in-service date. So a proponent might say that they think they're going to be in service next year, but there might be real barriers to reaching that date, and our assessment might be that it's going to be an extra year. So those are two separate risk assessments, one for the timing and one for the load.
Thank you. That's helpful. The last question on this topic, in doing the undertaking the oil and gas LNG evaluations for the load forecasts, did BC Hydro consider that electrification or even GHG reductions may not be necessary to meet government abatement requirements? And here, in response to BCUC IR 4.137.1, there was a link to a net zero new industry intentions paper where the option appears to be given to proponents to buy offsets or otherwise not require electrification. Does BC Hydro assess that in terms of the probability of projects going forward?
That consultation paper is still under development, and how the net zero new industry is going to work in practice is still under development. What we do know, though, is that as of today, all the LNG terminals proposed for our service territory have requested some level of electrical service. So that was historically not the case. Some of them would entirely self-supply. They've now all indicated wanting to take at least some electrical service. Some of them have indicated their intention to electrify the entire plant, so including the liquefaction, while others haven't.
And those indications are factored into what you've put forward in the load forecast for your reference forecast in terms of oil and gas service requirements.
Our starting point is the amount of electrical load that the proponent is requesting. And that amount of electrical load reflects their intentions as to how much of their plant they're going to electrify.
Thank you. Turning to electric vehicles.
Just note the time before we go on to another topic.
Right, yeah, thanks for the help. This would be, if that's all right, Mr. Weaver,
Of course.
a good time to take a 5-minute break then. Thanks, everyone. Okay, the panel's ready? Yeah. Mr. Weaver, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next topic is electric vehicles, and for this, if we could turn to page 55 and 56 of the witness aid that I circulated. And this is an excerpt from the rebuttal evidence of BC Hydro Exhibit B49 at page 17 of that document. And just to quote, and here the issue is with respect to how BC Hydro used its in-house EV model to create high and low EV forecasts. BC Hydro indicated that at page 17 of the rebuttal evidence, for the April 2023 high and low EV forecast, BC Hydro adjusted the EV model inputs such as vehicle capital costs, such that the resulting market shares align with government ZEV targets. Specifically, the April 2023 low EV forecast market shares align with the 2019 ZEV Act targets, and the April 2023 high EV forecast market shares align with the Clean BC Roadmap ZEV targets. Now, as we understand that quotation, it essentially indicates that BC Hydro altered key inputs in its in-house EV model, such as the cost of EVs, to obtain an output that matched the aspirational government EV adoption targets. Would that be a fair interpretation of that paragraph?
Well, the 2019 ZEV Act is legislated, and as of now, sales are tracking higher than that ZEV Act. So I think I'm reacting to calling it aspirational. I'd say at least that part of it, the ZEV Act and sales to date, it doesn't appear aspirational now. It appears we're likely to exceed the ZEV Act.
So whether aspirational or not, basically you adjust the targets to meet the legislative targets as opposed to what your model had otherwise said.
We, on step one, so you've got the schematic here of the model, and step one, the output is electric vehicle market share, and you can either put inputs into those capital-related costs, variable operating costs to produce a market share, or you can peg a market share and adjust the inputs. For the April 2023 reference load forecast, we pegged a market share and adjusted the inputs.
Okay, well, that's fine. This question has been, I believe, put to you an information request, and we're still not sure we've got the answer, so I'm going to try it one more time. When the BC Hydro's EV model is run unconstrained without the adoption targets of the 2019 Act and the Clean BC Roadmap, directionally, what are the results in terms of the EV fleet, in terms of numbers, and the energy load that BC Hydro has to service? Will be higher or lower than the above targets?
That all depends on what you assume for the trajectory of capital costs. And we did, as I mentioned earlier, we did take a run at that in the December 2020 forecast. We produced a high EV forecast based on an assessment of how quickly those capital costs would come down. It was overly optimistic by a fair bit, I would say now. So we pared back that approach and aligned the high to the Clean BC Roadmap target. I think the core issue, or maybe the source of the understanding, is that there might be an impression that BC Hydro has highly credible inputs or highly credible forecasts for all of the inputs that go into the market share calculation, but we don't. On the pace of the trajectory of when electric vehicle costs will reach price parity, we honestly don't know that. We've got some different market intelligence and different parties saying when that might happen, but we haven't got, it's not that we've got a highly credible forecast of the trajectory of zero-emission vehicle capital costs that we've chosen not to use. That's not the case. We don't know how fast those costs are going to come down. And we do know that there's a government target for the Clean BC Roadmap, so that it's a transparent metric to use.
That's fair.
Mr. Weaver, if I
Yes.
could just cut in, if that's all right.
Of course.
Just to follow up a bit on this, and because I don't think we should spend a lot of time on it, but it feels to me like there's a misunderstanding of how a ZEV mandate works. It's not just a target. It can be a $20,000 penalty per car that is exercised against the manufacturers, which forces them, if they don't want to pay that $20,000, to decide how much they will subsidize the capital cost, the price of an electric vehicle. So wouldn't you agree with me that your focus on price parity of the car is only telling part of the story, that you can still achieve the sales levels even if electric vehicles in the manufacturing stage don't achieve price parity for the equivalent Corolla?
I had been thinking about purchase costs, like what the consumer pays.
Right.
Is that what you're referring to, or you're referring to the manufacturing cost?
Well, you just seem to be saying you're looking for price parity. The price parity that I hear talk about is to do with manufacturing cost parity, whereas price parity can happen if cross-subsidy is going on between consumer groups, because manufacturers and retailers of cars have to do that to avoid a $20,000 penalty per car.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So I was unclear then. I was thinking about the consumer price.
Right, okay.
Not the purchase
But I thought you were
price.
talking about your forecast of price parity. So it doesn't have to be a forecast.
Yeah.
It's something that happens automatically by virtue of the penalty in that policy.
I see. I'll have to give that more thought.
Okay.
For the next forecast.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry,
you.
but I just wanted to step in because it seemed like we were just talking about cost parity when there's a cross-subsidy that goes on by design in a policy like that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
fine.
And I almost want to ask you a question, but I can't.
Go ahead.
The issue is to some extent covered, there's order in council 448/220 that new vehicle sellers may choose to accept administrative penalties under section 3 of the Zero Emission Vehicles Regulation. So the point of the matter is that it's complicated, and it is, in fairness to the witness, in terms of what we were looking at was just the language around it. It looked as if Hydro was picking and choosing as they wished, and really what your response is no, we just did it in accordance with what the legislative guidelines were, and that's what our load forecast is based on with respect to EV vehicles. Or
For the share.
that element of.
For the share.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough, and no, good discussion, and I think there's comment on the record this morning, which is helpful too. So I'm going to move on from EVs to rate forecasts and rate impacts. And here, just to set the context in response to BCUC IR 4.132.4, and it's at page 57 of our witness aid if you want to go to it. I don't know if you need to. Please explain why long-term bill impacts are assumed to equal an annual inflation rate of 2%. Response, BC Hydro assumes long-term bill impact to equal inflation because we do not produce rate forecasts beyond a 10-year period. Please refer to BC Hydro's response to BCUC IR 4.132.3 for an explanation as to why we use the 2% for the inflation rate. And I just want to probe this a little bit in the sense of what the impact is in terms of on load. And in response to BCUC IR 4.132.5, it's at page 59 of the witness aid, there's data provided by BC Hydro, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding the data as a starting point. And if we go to page 63 of the witness aid, which shows differences in gigawatt hours in April 2023 minus December 2020, and as we understand the evidence at page 63 in fiscal 2043, is the effect there that by BC Hydro's own rated projections, and partially because they're negative in earlier years, there's a net increase in load as per those tables above. Is that read correctly?
There has been a forecasted increase in load associated with the price response between the December 2020 and the April 2023 reference load forecast. And it's a slightly counterintuitive result. And the reason that it,
Can I just
yes,
stop
go
you
ahead.
just to make sure I'm getting
Yes.
the answer to it,
You
so
are.
that I understand the evidence firstly? So if we look at fiscal 2043, that is approximately 889 gigawatt hour per year in increased load based on your projection.
that's correct.
Okay, that's what we, okay. You'd agree that that's not a trivial amount of future supply requirements?
I would agree with that.
And exceeds the IPP contract renewal volume of 700 gigawatt hours a year, correct?
I can't speak to the IPP contract. That's not my area of work, but I can agree that the price elasticity response is resulting in a load increase.
And that load increase, is that, so I'll leave that. In these forecasts, would this also factor in the financial impact of serving large or several large LNG loads with clean electricity?
The rates forecast that was used for the April 2023 reference load forecast reflected the rates forecast done last year. And I believe that rates forecast did not, well, it was last year's rate forecast. It's not, and I don't produce it, so I'm going to be cautious about what I say was in that rate forecast.
Well, let me try an IR response and see if it answers it correctly. And I'm not trying to run this, I just want to make sure I've got it right. As part of BCUC IR 4.132.5.1, staff asked, please discuss the effect of the rate changes and rate impacts assumptions on the other load forecast scenarios. And the response was the calculation does not apply to the accelerated rate electrification load scenario or the North Course load scenario. So we're taking that to mean that those investments, that load is not factored into this rate forecast. Are we understanding that correctly?
This price response, the price response shown in BCUC IR 4.132.5 is for the reference load forecast only, not the accelerated.
And I recognize that we're not dealing with the potential costs of that incremental load or growth. But would you agree that there may be some elasticity impact in terms of significant costs later on in the forecast to serve those loads?
I'm not sure entirely about that. What I do agree with is that the price elasticity response reflects the revenue requirements rate increase, and that using a widely used standard method to reflect the impact of changes to our revenue requirements. So those are the general rate increases on load. So to the extent that the revenue requirements rate increases change, then we're going to see a change in that price response.
And potentially a change in load.
Yes, a change in load, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. My last, sorry, I did have one other follow-up on that, and it's, the answer to the IR indicated that BC Hydro, and this is more clarification, I think, but there was a response to an AMP-CIR page, it's at page 69 of the witness aid, and Hydro's indicated they don't give more than a 10-year rate forecast. The AMP-C response appears to be indicating a longer than 10-year rate forecast, and I just wanted to confirm whether BC Hydro's changed their approach on that.
Are you referring to AMP-CIR 4.4.4?
You know where I am, yes.
Yes. So my understanding of that IR is that it depicts the cumulative incremental rate impact of the signposts update. So it's looking at the combined effect on rates of all aspects of the signpost. So for those of you who are looking at the graph, I think the graph helps tell a story. In fiscal 27 and 28, rates are approximately 2% lower under the signpost update, and that's because we're in a surplus period at that time, so the extra revenue helped reduce rates and the extra revenue from the increased load. And then you see rates are approximately 2% higher from, I guess it's about fiscal 30 onward. And that, my understanding is that reflects, it reflects the load increase. It also reflects the actions in the signpost update, which I understand include the acquisition of new energy and the change into the weighted average cost of capital. And we had, in considering the evidence that you and Mr. Ince submitted, we did examine the impact on the price response, assuming this rate increase was added to the April 2023 load forecast price response to understand how sensitive it would be. And that analysis indicated that the load increase, which you noted is over 800 GWH over the long term, would decline by about 150. So with this, if this cumulative rate impact comes to pass, then that price elasticity response and that load growth would be slightly moderated.
The energy acquisition is factored in. Are the costs of infrastructure required to service that energy factored into that rate analysis?
That's going beyond my knowledge.
Yeah, I think you're getting into calculations of our long-run marginal cost and the cost associated with that. And I could find a reference to that. I know we filed an updated long-run marginal cost, which did include the cost of energy plus the cost of the transmission upgrades to connect that. So it was done using the long-run marginal cost.
If you could undertake to tell me where that is on the record, that would be appreciated. You don't have to do it now, but if you would, I'm not sure we've looked at that. So thank you.
So just to be clear, what I'm going to direct you to is where the long-run marginal cost information is located within the signpost update.
And what I'm trying to understand is whether this, we've got a cumulative incremental rate impact, and what I'm being told is, well, we can't identify what the costs may be associated with the infrastructure, and the prospect is there's some fairly significant investment to serve the load, but I'm being told, well, we don't know what the cost is, and I'm not being critical of that. I'm just trying to understand how accurate the forecast is.
So again, I think that the purpose of today's conversation is to talk about the load forecast, and so that does not include all of the near-term actions that we're planning to take or the cost of those near-term actions. But I am suggesting that if you're looking for information about the costs, they are included in the IRP.
I guess the dilemma is we're looking at elasticity of demand in terms of impact on customers because of rates, and we have a pocket of cost associated with the rates that we're not able to talk about. So it's difficult to assess the veracity of the long-term rate forecast is the concern. And can you comment on that?
If I could, there may be a disconnect in the passing here. I don't think that is a long-term rate forecast. The response further down below the figure explains what the inputs are into that figure. It's not everything.
Okay, well, that was the evidence, so I understood it was a rate forecast. What you're saying is it's not. Your evidence is it's not.
It's not a forecast of what BC Hydro's rates are going to be considering all inputs. The inputs are listed in the IR response, the changes.
Fair enough.
That's
So
all
it's
I'm pointing out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
No, that is help. This is not intended to be a comprehensive rate forecast. This
It is not.
was subject to the three inputs.
Yeah, it is not.
Okay, that's a good clarification, and I don't need to go further, but the understanding was different as to what the response was, so that's fine. Thank you for the clarification. The last area we touched on at the beginning, and Mr. Hobson, this is for you, and it's relation to the Navius GTEC model and demand-side management. And just simply put, did PowerSmart review the key assumptions in the GTEC model to ensure that double or undercounting of DSM did not occur because of differing alignments of basic assumptions.
Are you referring to the DSM future resources?
Yes.
Yeah. So the DSM future resources were actually constructed out of the conservation potential review model, which was in itself calibrated to the reference case forecast. So we haven't made an attempt to quantify additional DSM opportunities or overlaps that may exist with the accelerated electrification scenario in any detail. We've looked at it at a high level, and we think that there's some potential for overlap, and there's some potential for additional DSM opportunities. We think both of those are likely to be quite small and in the latter half of the planning period.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, panel.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Weaver. Mr. Baselli, our next. Mr. Andrews. Welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you, William Andrews for the BC Sustainable Energy Association and Vancouver Electric Vehicle Association. I wonder if you could tell the commission panel in briefly, what are the categories of load forecasts that BC Hydro uses? I'm thinking of the term comprehensive load forecast and load forecast update. And then I'm going to be getting into what the cycles are for those.
A comprehensive load forecast examines reforecasting all of our customer segments and rate schedules, including ones that are really quite stable and don't change very much. An update is where we would look at where there's been a major change, and often the biggest changes that move the forecast are large industrial. A major plant closure is an example that we've recently lived through that impacts the load forecast. If you lose a major load, positive final investment decision from a major potential new large industrial customer. An update would focus on, what has changed? Where has there been a material change? From a resourcing perspective, there's quite a meaningful difference between the two, because a comprehensive load forecast, there's data collection, there's recalibration, there's modeling across all of the loads, and it's at least 6 months, 6 to 8 months to get through that. Whereas an update, depending on where the update is, it can be done in 3 or 4 months.
So the December 2020 load forecast, so that was a comprehensive load forecast, is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding, yes.
And how do you describe the April 2023 load forecast? Is that an update?
It wasn't fully comprehensive in that there were some small segments that were not reforecasted. So as an example, we didn't reforecast street lighting, and I don't think we reforecasted other utilities. However, in terms of the major sectors that make up over 90% of the sales, those were all reforecasted.
How frequently does BC Hydro do a comprehensive load forecast? Or what are the indicators or the triggers that cause, if there is no specific cycle, what are the causes of Hydro doing a new comprehensive load forecast?
Well, we have a BCUC order right now in the revenue requirements application that we need to do a comprehensive load forecast for the next revenue requirements application. So BCUC orders are certainly one of the triggers. We also have internal clients, planning groups across the company that rely on the load forecast for various planning purposes. I think our internal clients, in their perfect world, would produce a suite of forecasts every year. So that would be the aspiration.
How often does BC Hydro do load forecast updates? Or is that term too broad to allow a simple answer?
I do have a history if you're interested in that. as I mentioned in my direct testimony, I've only been in the load forecast group fairly recently. But I do have a history here going back to May 2026. So this is maybe a little bit dry. So we did a comprehensive in May 2016. We did an update in November 2016. So that was 1 year. We did both a comprehensive and an update. We did an update in 2017, an update in 2018, a comprehensive, another comprehensive in 2018, an update in 2019, a comprehensive in 2020, and then we had, because of COVID and the impact on load, we did additional forecasts around that time. So we actually did four forecasts in 2020, trying to catch up with what was going on with COVID and how it was impacting our load. So you can see a mix of comprehensive and updates, and the comprehensive, you know, they're often driven by a regulatory requirement such as RRA.
In terms of the life cycle long-term plan process, what effect would that have if that's approved? What effect would that have on the timing of BC Hydro's either comprehensive or updated load forecasts?
I'll start with that. So when we think about the timing, a load forecast is kind of the first thing that we need. The load forecast is then used to match against the supply stack, which allows us to come up with near-term actions. If we were going to be doing 2 rounds of consultation on the next IRP, then the load forecast would need to be done relatively quickly to be able to support an 18-month cycle to, assuming 2 rounds of consultation.
Would that be a comprehensive load forecast?
Well, the next comprehensive load forecast we're doing is for the next revenue requirements application. What we would need to determine is how the timing of the next revenue requirements application aligns with the filing of the next long-term resource plan. So we may be able to use one comprehensive long-term, comprehensive load forecast for both applications.
In terms of the April 2023 updated load forecast, it is said generally that Hydro's monitoring of milestones is what caused Hydro to conduct that exercise. Can you comment on whether you expect an accelerated cycle of integrated resource plans or long-term resource plans to result in milestone evaluation triggering new load forecast updates? What I'm getting at is that was a load forecast update that had enormous consequences that are not going to be talked about today. By moving to an 18-month after a commission decision cycle for IRPs, are you expecting to have that kind of update of load forecast update sooner than you otherwise would?
I'm going to start and then maybe you can add. I think that's a really hard question to answer because it kind of assumes that we have an understanding of when the next big thing is going to happen. And so we know there are a number of things that are potentially going to happen, whether it's the Canadian Clean Energy Regulation or the 3 new policies that the provincial government is currently looking at, whether or not another large customer enters into the interconnection process or makes a determination. So what we're signaling by the 18 months is that is a reasonable amount of time when we would expect during a period of energy transition that there'd be enough material change happening that would warrant us to take another look at what's happening. Is it possible that things could happen more quickly? It's entirely possible that it could.
Thank you. And Ms. Jubb, did you have something on the same question?
Well, just that our internal client groups that use the load forecasts, of which we have many, yeah, their preferred cycle is annual. As an example, we work with distribution, so our forecast doesn't get down to the granular level of individual neighborhoods. But that's important for distribution planners because they have to build out the distribution system to make sure that they can serve those loads at the neighborhood level. So our load forecast, we have processes in place to inform those other planning functions, such as distribution planning. And for those cycles, that's an annual cycle. So that's our ideal for our internal workflow and for good planning across the company.
Thank you for your responses, and those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Baselli, who's...
Irina Miss, on behalf of BC Old Age Pensioners Organization for All. First, I would like to clarify and confirm certain points regarding the reference load forecast. Throughout the application, the reference load forecast is frequently referred to as the expected load forecast. Please confirm that in using the word expected, BC Hydro is not referring to any probability-based calculation or result such as P50 forecast or an expected forecast, applying a probability distribution to a range of possible outcomes.
That's confirmed.
So is it fair to say, and it probably was already covered today, that by expected, BC Hydro means it's the company's best assessment as to what the future load that is likely to occur?
It's a forecast that reflects changes that can be forecast with reasonable certainty over the near term. And it has had good near-term accuracy, as mentioned this morning. We've had good accuracy over the last 7 years. Why I'm cautious to confirm your statement overall is that over a 20-year planning horizon, I don't think that I can say for sure that the reference load forecast is exactly how the future is going to unfold. Once we get out past 10 years, it's very hard to know.
But can we characterize it as best assessment?
Over the near term, it is, it is our best assessment over the near term.
And over the long term.
It's our
It's your
expected,
best.
yeah, I suppose so. I mean, just recognizing there's a lot of uncertainty
You
over
said
the long
that,
term.
but it's not your worst, like it is, you're trying to do
That's
your
fair.
best,
It is our
Fair.
best assessment with a higher degree of uncertainty.
of course.
Am I also correct that the reference load forecast only includes the impact of government legislation and regulations that have been implemented or are close to implementation?
That's generally correct to clarify that the regulations that we consider in the reference load forecast are regulations on equipment and uses that use electricity. So as an example, the Zero Emission Act, which impacts vehicles. So those types of regulations are reflected in the reference load forecast if they're implemented or close to being enacted.
And is it correct that the case of in the case of large industrial loads, the reference load forecast only includes projects where BC Hydro has received a request for service?
Yes, the reason I'm hesitating is just because there's different ways that requests can come in through BC Hydro, but generally, yes, a service request. We will consider projects that have not necessarily entered our formal interconnections queue, but have indicated an interest in taking electrical service.
Yeah, this is
Can I just add on to that, that of course it includes all of our existing customers,
Yes.
not as well as those that are in the interconnections process.
Yes.
Yeah, my next question is, for these large industrial customers, what is considered a request for service, such that they are included in the probability assessment process and receive a probability greater than 0?
I mean, did you not already answer this? Like, but
Tried to.
excuse me if I've cut in on that, but I don't mean to. I thought I've heard an answer for this a couple of times, but
Yes,
with the
we've-
tables of probabilities and how you.
I think the best reference to that is the Commercial Energy Consumers Association Information Request 4.32.3, which we've referenced several times today.
Okay. Thank you. Now, as well as the reference load forecast, BC Hydro has developed a number of load forecast scenarios. Would I be correct to say that BC Hydro views the reference load forecast as being more likely to occur than any of the alternative load forecast scenarios?
Yes, over the near term, yes.
In initial application, the accelerated electrification load scenario was based on the higher of the reference load forecast increased to include the full load associated with BC Hydro's electrification plan. And second, Navios report regarding the electricity load associated with meeting BC Hydro greenhouse gas targets. Is
Yes,
that correct?
that's referring to the 2021 accelerated load scenario.
And-
But I think you meant the BC government greenhouse gas targets, or if I got
Sorry, I
that
missed
wrong.
that.
So that forecast is our assumption of BC Hydro's contribution to achieving the province's greenhouse gas targets. BC Hydro does not assume full responsibility for the province achieving all of its greenhouse gas reduction targets. There are other aspects of the Clean BC roadmap for which BC Hydro is not accountable. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. And this approach resulted in the accelerated electrification load scenario being based on the electrification plan for the years fiscal 2022 to fiscal 2027 and on the Navios report for the subsequent years, correct?
That practice you're referring to of using the electrification plan for the early years, that is referring to the practice in the 2021 IRP. That practice was not used for the signpost update.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is my next question, exactly. So was the same approach used in the signpost update based on updated reference load forecast and the updated Navios report?
No,
it was not.
It was not used. In particular, the BC Hydro's fiscal 23 to fiscal 25 electrification plan. By the time we issued the signpost, much of that load had been started to become more certain, and is 2,000 GWH is reflected now in the reference load forecast. So it's reflected in the reference load forecast, which is a starting point for the accelerated electrification load scenario. So it wouldn't be correct to also add the electrification plan on top of that.
Okay, so it was based just on Navios report, or what is the basis for the signpost update regarding accelerated electrification load scenario?
It starts with the reference load forecast, and then we add the loads associated with transportation, space heating, natural gas electrification, those loads calculated through the GTEC model associated with meeting the province's greenhouse gas emission reduction target.
So Navios report sets out a scenario regarding future electricity demand in BC that would result from meeting BC legislated greenhouse gas targets.
Yes.
Okay. And I have couple points to confirm with regard to Navi's scenario. We have them in the record, but just to maybe quickly confirm with you. So the record indicates that the Navi's scenario considers a range of stronger policies that support greenhouse gas emission reduction beyond policies that are currently legislated.
It does, yes.
Also includes the use of technologies that are pre-commercial and have technical challenges.
It includes emerging technologies, yes, pre-commercial technologies.
And represent just one of a number of ways BC greenhouse gas targets could be met.
Yes.
And the record also indicates that some of the other possible paths to achieve BC greenhouse gas target could involve less electrification than that identified in the Navi's report.
That's possible.
Less electrification. It's possible, okay.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to next point. Now, given that we have both the reference load forecast and the load forecast scenarios, there have been questions and intervener evidence about whether certain loads should be included in the reference load forecast or just the accelerated electrification load scenario. At this point, I don't plan on getting in the question in the treatment of specific loads, but to help the Commission and interveners such as BC or APO in considering such positions, could you explain what is difference in terms of implications for our integrated rate plan, the integrated resource plan, I'm sorry. What is difference of including particular load in the reference load forecast as opposed to just including it in the accelerated electrification scenario?
Maybe I'll take that question. We believe that the IRP is not just the reference load forecast. It is the range of possible outcomes. And what we have said is that BC Hydro has to be ready to serve our customers' needs, regardless of what those outcomes are. So if we were to include different if the reference load forecast was different, we might consider different actions that we would take. But I would also argue that when we decide on the actions that we're going to take, which are obviously not the subject of today's conversation, we do consider the full range of scenarios, not just the reference scenario.
So there is impact, just to clarify your response, there is an impact of including the specific load just in reference load forecast versus accelerated electrification scenario. We just want to understand how it impacts IRP in general.
So
it will impact.
The actions, the load forecasts help us understand whether we have enough electricity or not enough electricity. If the reference load forecast was higher, for example, because we included different customer loads in there, then that might lead BC Hydro to take different actions. But we believe that the reference load forecast is meeting the definition of most likely or expected that is set out in the Utilities Commission Act, Section 44.1.2, and in the Special Direction Number 10, which requires BC Hydro to create a mid-level forecast.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any more questions, but my co-counsel will have questions on different topics.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, would now be a good time for another quick 5-minute break?
Okay, let's have a quick 5-minute break. Yeah.
Thank you.
we could have a lot of fun. You know, like just. Great. So I hope everyone's ready. Thank you. Please go ahead. Maybe identify yourself again. Thanks.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the panel, esteemed colleagues, and my co-counsel as well, Ms. Meese. I'm here as counsel for BCOAPO et al., and I'll be continuing with cross-examination, albeit on different subject matters with this panel.
And you're Leah?
Leah Worth, W-O-R-T-H.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to start with some questions about the residential electric heating and how that is sort of playing into the IRP. And I'm wondering if it would be fair to say that the residential SAE model does not explicitly include different kinds of electric space heating. So, for example, heat pumps versus a baseboard. It doesn't sort of explicitly break those out, but rather it implicitly addresses that in the form of end use through inputs based on the market for electric space heating and its efficiency.
No, that's not correct. What we use for the reference load forecast for the residential and commercial sectors is a statistically adjusted end-use model. And for residential, it does reflect different end uses, including heat pump, electric furnace, air conditioners, etc. So it does provide specificity at the end use level, and we adjust the end use market shares based on our research, our residential end use survey, and the efficiency projections from the International and U.S. Energy Agency.
Okay. I think you actually just agreed with me.
Okay, that's good.
Albeit probably far more eloquently than the questions.
Maybe I should just stop for the record. I thought she wasn't agreeing with you. That you were saying there wasn't a level of disaggregation in terms of end-use technologies in their modeling. And I think she said that there is that level of disaggregation. Am I not correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I was even going to ask a little follow-up, if I might insert myself. Is it not true also that even for your longer term with climate targets using the GTEC model, that it too has disaggregation of, for example, space heating technologies inside the model?
It does. Both of the modeling frameworks consider the whole variety of space heating technologies that could be used. Where there might be, what you might be referring to is the fact that sometimes it can be difficult to report out on energy consumption by end use.
Yes, that was what I was trying to get to.
What you were trying to get to. So even though the inputs to the model consider the whole range of end uses, reporting out on the consumption of specific end uses by year is not always practical.
Okay, thank you. We just dealt with a couple of my questions. We're very efficient today. Okay. Can you tell me if the current hearing record includes evidence detailing the implicit assumptions built into the model that were used for the initial residential reference load forecast regarding conversions of existing residential space heating from natural gas to different electric technologies such as heat pumps, and the penetration of different electric technologies in new residential construction?
Are you referring to the December 2020 load forecast or the April 2023?
It would be the December 2020.
And the question is whether or not on the record the December 20, can you repeat the question?
Sure. I was just wondering, if there is somewhere on the record where we have that information that is provided in the 2023 update in the context of the 2020 reference load forecast.
by memory, the inputs to the statistically adjusted end use model were provided for the December 2020 reference load forecast at the request of an intervener. The December 2020 reference load forecast does not provide information on the number of accounts that converted to heat pumps, fuel switching, and that's because that new type of load wasn't considered in the December 2020 reference load forecast. So there won't be a parallel set of results that provide the count of customers converting from natural gas to electric heat pumps for the December 2020 forecast.
Okay, so is it your evidence today that that information is not available to BC Hydro for the initial reference load forecast?
For the December 2020 reference load forecast, we did not have as a model input the concept that residential customers would be fuel switching from natural gas to electricity. And I should clarify that is referring to the reference load forecast before the low carbon electrification programs. So that wasn't part of the reference load forecast. So there wouldn't be evidence on that.
Okay, so the question that I'm actually asking is, does that information exist in the context of, the load forecast? Like, if you had decided in December 2020 to do that, would that evidence exist? I recognize that you didn't use it, but I'm saying if you had wanted to use it, would you have been able to gather it?
Yeah, okay. So maybe I'll describe how we did it for the April 2023 reference load forecast. And, those steps could have been done in December 2020 if there was a justification for it, if that was the expectation of the time. But I'll speak about what we did for the April 2023. So for the April 2023 forecast, we projected that there would be continued fuel switching from natural gas to heat pump, and that this would be primary heat for the whole house, which to date has not been that common in our service territory. And we projected that by examining the increased adoption of heat pump market share and calculating the load estimate associated with that increase. So that, based on that framework or that methodology, you do get, as a result, the number of accounts that are fuel switching.
Okay, all right. Would the evidence have been available to BC Hydro in December, in preparation of the December 2020 reference load forecast regarding the penetration of different electric heating technologies in new residential construction?
In new residential construction in particular, our residential end use survey is very comprehensive, and it's a valid survey that has over 8,000 responses, but it doesn't specifically examine new construction. It provides very reliable information on the end use shares across the for our residential customers in aggregate on average. Specifically for new construction, I don't think that's its strength.
Okay, so your evidence is that BC Hydro had no ability back in preparation of the reference load forecast in 2020 to provide that or to build that into its calculations. Is that correct?
My understanding is that at the time the December 2020 reference load forecast was being created, there wasn't an expectation, a highly certain expectation, that there would be substantive fuel switching in new construction. And to the extent that there is substantive fuel switching in new construction, a further consideration is that takes time to materialize. The average age of buildings is 40 to 60 years. Stock turnover is pretty slow. And yeah, to the extent that new construction starts to have different practices, that will take time to materialize. In the December 2020, when the December 2020 reference load forecast was developed, by memory, the adoption of zero carbon building code was not that common. I think City of Vancouver had started to have forays into that area, but it was certainly not as widespread as what we see today, where we have a number of municipalities have enacted bylaws about zero carbon building code. So there's a need now for the reference load forecast to consider that new construction practices might differ. And my understanding is that that need or that expectation was just not as strong when the December 2020 forecast was being created.
Okay, I'm just going to drill down a little bit into that answer that you've just given. Now, you've said that the need for it wasn't as strong. Given the importance of BC Hydro's IRP and the period of really tumultuous energy regulation we're finding ourselves in with price volatility, climate change, even before sort of the referenced regulations and acts that we've kind of talked about today that have precipitated a lot of the updates. There were definitely rumblings. I've been yakking on about electrification and climate change since 2007, when I first started actually cross-examining Fortis and BC Hydro. So, I'm just wondering, how important does it have to be? Do you have to have it mandated by law or regulation in order for BC Hydro to feel that it's necessary to include?
We did include it in the AES. I think so. Okay. So to clarify, the accelerated electrification load scenario that was part of the 2021 IRP did consider that new construction would be different than today's practice, and it did consider that new construction would result in the adoption of heat pumps. So that was a construct and a plank of the accelerated electrification load scenario, both the previous one and the current one. So in that respect, BC Hydro, they did believe that was an important thing to examine, important enough to include it in our load scenarios for the 21 IRP and also for the signpost update.
Okay. I'm just wondering if, because you weren't able to refer to the specific place where those implicit assumptions were outlined. You had said that there was an IR. I was wondering if maybe in the form of an undertaking, BC Hydro could provide that on the record so that we can then go back and review those. Because your evidence just now was that there was, at least in regards to the penetration of different electric heating technologies, that consideration in the December 2020 reference load forecast.
In the reference load forecast, I'll review the record and provide what is available on that matter to you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Great.
I apologize. I'm a bit slow. I'm a bit of a dinosaur. I'm used to using paper.
No need to apologize. I appreciate someone who takes a little bit of our time in order to cut out questions that you realize have already been asked. So I can see that's what you're doing, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Am I correct in saying that the Navius modeling for the accelerated electrification load scenario specifically includes technologies such as residential heat pumps?
It does.
Just so you know, that is a repeat question.
Okay, my apologies.
But you're trying, it's not easy.
Yeah.
You're at the end of the long list, so.
We've been sort of working under a fairly heavy regulatory burden over the last couple of weeks. And so there was a lot of last minute drafting of questions.
That's just fine.
So I apologize. So I just wanted to follow up that with a question. Now, Hydro's response to CEBC IR 1.12.3 indicated that the accelerated electrification load scenario used in the initial 2021 IRP application included the increased level of heat pump adoption, which is what you've just said here today as well. And I'm wondering, can you tell us how the treatment or assumptions regarding the residential heat pumps in the initial accelerated electrification load scenario, so not the sort of base, but the accelerated one, differed from that in the initial reference load forecast for new construction?
So yes, there's broadly no, my understanding is there's broadly no difference on the residential side. Both the vintages of the accelerated electrification load scenario assumed zero carbon new construction, and all mechanical systems would have 100% efficiency, resulting in the requirement for heat pumps. Where there was a difference, and this is itemized in an information response, and it is, you can find it in BCUC IR 4.140.5. Where there was a difference was in the commercial space heating, and the 2023 accelerated electrification load scenario has lower penetration of heat pumps for the commercial sector. And that, my understanding is that is because the 2020 vintage assumed some early replacement, and the 2023 did not. So broadly the same for residential, a bit lower for commercial.
Okay, so we've had evidence here today, and then also in the signpost update, indicating that, you know, one of the major differences between that 2020 reference load forecast and then the update is that the 2023 reference load forecast includes new loads related to the heat pumps, market shares, and the municipal net zero new building bylaw, new building construction bylaws. And then BCUCIR 4.131.1 indicates that for the residential new construction forecast, BC Hydro assumed space heating and cooling would be served 100% by heat pumps by 2030, and that a system-wide residential air source heat pump market share for the existing residential buildings would be increased by about 6% by 2043. Is that sort of roughly in accord with what your recollection is of Hydro's evidence in this?
On the second point about the increased market share of heat pumps, it wasn't increased by 6%, it was increased to 6%.
Oh, 6, yes.
But aside from that, yes, and for new construction, we considered that because heat pumps provide both heating and cooling, we assume people are going to use the cooling, so yes, there would be both.
So then, BCOAPO IR 4.3.1, BC Hydro set out the incremental gigawatt hours attributable to heat pump, market share, new residential construction, and fuel switching. And I'm wondering if you could clarify for me the assumptions that were built in regarding electric heating and heat pump use to determine the values of the SAE use per account column, and whether they were the same as that were used in the initial reference load forecast.
I'm going to go to the IR. So I think, are you referring to BCOAPO? It's 4.3.1, right?
Yes, in
so
Exhibit B44.
Yes. So with each vintage of reference load forecast, the SAE model is updated. One of the updates that is quite intuitive is we recalibrate it to the most recent 10 years of actual historical load data. So we've brought, that would obviously be different in 2020 versus the 2023. We've brought in all of the new load data going back 10 years. We also have a new end use data from our residential end use survey that shows how there's been changes to the market share of different types of end uses. We also have a new economic forecast from Conference Board of Canada that provides the new outlook for economic factors that go into this forecast, such as population and housing stock, which drives the account growth in our service territory. And as mentioned earlier, we have new forecasts of the efficiency of the different end uses over time. So all of those change between the December 2020 reference load forecast and the April 2023. So the SAE use per account reflects all of those new inputs of the new forecast. And now I forgot the second part of the question.
I was just wondering if you could provide sort of an illustrative, or a list of how the assumptions regarding the electric heating and heat pumps differ between the two. So sort of one column being the assumptions regarding electric heating and heat pumps in the 2020 forecast, and then on the other side, the assumptions that were built in regarding those two aspects in the 2023 one, so that we can look and see apples to apples or apples to oranges.
I believe we already provided the heat pump information in response to BCUC IRs with the number of accounts. We had a request for that this morning, so we'll provide you the IR that has the number of accounts. That new type of load, that heat pump fuel switching, was not represented in the December 2020 load forecast, so it was 0 at that time.
Okay. Now, for the aspects that were included, and so that you said that the heat pump wasn't, but that the electric heating was, were there changes in the efficiency that were applied to the technologies to calculate the reference load forecast between 2020 and 2023?
I should clarify that heat pumps were included in the reference load forecast in the December 2020 forecast. It's not that there were no heat pumps. The addition to the April 2023 was the additional heat pumps associated just with fuel switching. With respect to your question about efficiencies, yes, the efficiencies were updated between the two vintages based on the efficiency forecast that we received from Itron, the owners of the model, and that it's from the U.S. Energy Information Agency.
Okay. So really what I've been trying to do here is to allow the participants here and the panel to look at the evidence that you've presented in regards to new residential construction as well as the residential conversions regarding the residential heating and then also heat pumps, and to allow us to easily contrast the two, sort of the 2020 versus 2023. And that is why I continue to sort of ask these questions. And I'm wondering if BC Hydro can look at this line of questioning and provide that information in just sort of a table form, just speaking to where there are differences, where there are the similarities, or where one dealt with a certain aspect but not another, so that we can have that as sort of a cheat sheet when we're looking at how to compare the two.
The following might be helpful for heat pumps. So what I have here in front of me is the market share of air source heat pumps as primary heat in the home, and that's what goes into the statistically adjusted engineering model. It's the primary heating source. So the market shares in 2017, which would have been what went into because this survey is only done every 3 years, that would have been what went into the December 2020 forecast. At that time, the market share for air source heat pump as a primary source of heat was 4%. By 2020, it was 5%. So that 5% would have been reflected in the April 2023. So broadly speaking, between those two forecast vintages, the market share of heat pump as primary heat increased from 4 to 5%.
Yes, but the inputs that BC Hydro relied on to generate the reference load forecast and the updated reference load forecast relies on more aspects, more data points than simply the market penetration.
Well, the market share is a key input to the reference load forecast, and it is for residential, we draw that from a residential end-use survey. So it is a starting point, and it's a very key input to the forecast. The U.S. Energy Information Agency is not, in their projections, heat pumps don't really grow. So that in the December 2020, is largely flat in terms of market share. In the April 2023, we added the additional heat pump fuel switching assumption, which is well documented on the record.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll move on. Since increased use of heat pumps will be one of the impacts of the municipal net zero new building construction bylaws, is the assumption that 100% of the new construction will be heated by heat pumps by 2030 reflected in the heat pump market share column or in the residential new construction column?
The accelerated load scenario reflects that assumption that 100% of new construction will be heat pump. For the reference load forecast, we consider, so this April 2023 was the first time that, it was our first foray into bringing that into the reference load forecast. Our framework is that we look at laws that impact electrical end use that have been enacted or are close to being enacted. In the case of the zero carbon building codes, there's a number of challenges in terms of trying to bring that into the reference forecast. Municipalities and regions have adopted, it's voluntary now, so they've adopted it at different rates, so their level of stringency differs by region. Some of them have adopted it, some of them have not. So it's a very uneven approach across the province, which makes it a challenge to bring into the reference load forecast. So we did use some simplifying assumptions in terms of the level of adoption and the type of building that it would apply to. One of the approaches that we used was to consider that it applies to net stock build out, but not to rebuilds or demolitions. I think it's fair to say that there's more work to be done on modeling the zero carbon new construction and how that could impact the reference load forecast for the next vintage.
Okay, so your evidence is that it was built into the update, and my question was regarding the equivalent to the table 3-2 of Appendix C that was referenced in the BCOAPO IR 4.3.1 and that BC Hydro provided. So that was the one that had references to the residential heat pump market share, the residential new construction load, codes, fuel switching and things like that. So if this table, is it your evidence that this table accurately reflects what you said was put into the application in your answer just now?
The residential new construction column in our response to BCOAPO 4.3.1, that column reflects our initial, our preliminary assessment of potential impacts of zero carbon new construction in the April 2023 reference load forecast for the residential sector.
given the reference forecast assumes new construction is 100% heat pumps by 2030, and that the use of heat pumps in increasing the existing, and the use of heat pumps in increasing the existing stock it's moving forward. It's not, sort of speeding ahead like you've said. How different is the use of residential heat pumps in the signpost updates accelerated electrification load scenario?
To clarify, the reference load forecast does not assume 100% heat pump in all new construction. So it considers, it's getting towards the end of the day, otherwise I'd probably have it on my fingertip, but it considers a proportion of new construction being impacted by zero carbon building codes, recognizing that not all municipalities have enacted them. So it doesn't apply uniformly across all of British Columbia.
Right.
And it doesn't apply to rebuilds. But for the segment of the growth that it does apply to, it does assume 100% heat pump. The accelerated electrification load scenario has a more, assumes greater heat pump adoption across a greater amount of the new construction, and it does assume 100% of all new construction is heat pump.
Okay. So if you had to contrast the two, if you were describing to somebody who hadn't seen them, how would you describe the reference forecast as compared to the signpost updates accelerated electrification load scenario in regards to those, in regards to the heat pumps and residential, how would you describe sort of the difference between the two in that regard?
But, sorry, but didn't I just hear the difference between the two? I thought that's on the record now, like to do with new builds, percentage of, probabilities. Is there anything you would add to that answer that you've already given?
I think rather than sort of the specifics, sorry, I just wanted to interrupt, rather than having you repeat the specifics, instead of the data, I was wondering if you could characterize it. So describe it, not providing the actual, instead of, if I walked into a room and said, how's the weather today? I'm asking for you to say good, fine, garbage, whatever, as opposed to it's sunny with a chance of cloudiness and it's going to be a high of 19 degrees, and you know what I mean? So I'm just asking if you have sort of a way that you would simply describe the difference between the two.
So if I may intervene, I think what I've heard is that in the accelerated electricity case, there will be more heat pumps sooner than in the reference forecast. So if you're asking for it simple, I think I've heard that in a simplified version over and over again, but I don't know if you want to elaborate on that. I'm just, in the interest of time, I'm hoping we don't go through the same thing again.
Yeah, we agree with your characterization.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move on to the EV load forecast subject matter. So I'm going to turn to the forecasts, like I've said. And as I understand it, in the initial IRP application, there were 3 forecasts developed. The first one being the low EV forecast for light-duty vehicles developed using your EV model, and the BC government's sales target per the Zero Emission Vehicles Act. Is that an accurate description of what sort of fit into that particular first iteration of the EV load?
So the BC Hydro low and high EV forecasts are really, they're not standalone forecasts for the purpose of the IRP. They're inputs to our reference forecast. For the purpose of the IRP, we've got a reference EV forecast, we've got an accelerated electrification EV forecast, and we've got a low EV forecast.
Yep, there's 3 of them. And I'm wondering if you could confirm whether your low EV forecast, as part of that trilogy, was developed using your EV model and the BC government's sales targets in the ZEV Act.
That's correct. Yeah, the legislated ZEV Act.
Okay. And the second, and that was the one that you've referred to, which is the high EV. That forecasted based on natural uptake of EVs?
To clarify, the high EV, BC Hydro's high EV forecast is used only as an input to our reference EV forecast. So it's not a standalone forecast for the purpose of the IRP, and it's distinct from the accelerated load scenario EV forecast, which has caused some confusion in this proceeding. The BC Hydro high EV forecast, which was used as an input to develop the reference forecast in December 2020, it was based on the estimate of natural uptake of zero-emission vehicles.
Okay. And then the reference EV load forecast was based on the average of those two that we've just discussed. Is that correct?
It was based on the average of BC Hydro low and BC Hydro high, yes.
Okay. And when we're talking about the high EV forecast, we sort of used natural uptake in describing that. And I just want you to either confirm or clarify that that's meant to reflect the outcome based on the, that would result due to the decline in the price of electric vehicles and changes in consumer preferences.
There are other input variables aside from price and preferences. There's also operating costs. That's a major consideration in the model. And translating, there's stock. There's how many EVs we've got right now in terms of what's actually on the road. And then to go from stock to load, you have to consider things like battery efficiency, distance driven as examples. So there's a number of inputs to get to a load forecast beyond price, but price is an important one.
Okay, so your model for this particular load forecast, or sorry, this high EV forecast included consideration of all of those additional considerations. Is that correct?
There's a good schematic of the forecast which CEC brought up earlier, and it does show all of the inputs, and we've included it in our rebuttal evidence on Figure 3. So you can see there from Figure 3 the various different input assumptions that go into BC Hydro's EV forecast. It's the same framework for the low and the high.
Okay, and I'm just wondering if you can confirm that the initial reference EV load forecast included only the load associated with light-duty vehicles.
In the December 2020 reference load forecast, we did not have medium heavy-duty electric zero-emission vehicles or vessels. We now have those end uses in the April 2023 reference load forecast.
So your answer to that is, yes, this is confirmed. Is that correct?
That there was no medium heavy-duty electric vehicles in
Yeah.
the December 2020 forecast, yes.
I
that's
wasn't
right.
trying to call BC Hydro out or, sort of having an aha moment or anything like that. I just wanted you to confirm that for us. Now, to your knowledge, was the phrase light-duty EVs defined in this process? I took a look around and I couldn't find one, but that doesn't mean there isn't one. There's just so much material here. And I'm just wondering if that was a defined term within the context of this process.
It is a defined term in various, I think it's defined in the ZEV Act, and it's certainly defined in the different data sources, such as from Statistics Canada. I think it's under 5,000. Gross vehicle weight of under 5,000. I'm not sure I've got that right, but it's
actually,
we use F-150 is below and F-250 is above, something like that.
Yeah, it's actually in the ZEV Act regulations.
Thank you.
It defines it as a motor vehicle with a gross vehicle weight of a vehicle rating of 3,856 kilograms or less. But that's from the regulations. I was wondering if there was anything on the record indicating what that definition was. Here.
Our definition is consistent with the regulation.
Great, thank you.
have our eyes on the clock, and I think at this point it seems safe to assume that we're coming back tomorrow morning. It's also safe to assume that Ms. Jubb had a long day. And so I'm wondering, I don't want to cut you off sort of mid-sentence, Ms. Worth, but when would be an appropriate time to break? And the other thing I think we might talk about before we break for the day is, it looks like the examination of this panel will finish tomorrow morning. Is it available to the interveners to present their witness panel or witnesses tomorrow afternoon instead of Friday? That would free up Friday.
Right. So first I'm going to ask Ms. Worth, how much longer do your crude estimate of?
I would say that I'm just about halfway through, and
Okay.
I can break at any point here, so
Okay.
it's not as though.
So, Mr. Baselli, maybe you can advise me here about what your thoughts on logistics.
Sure. Yeah, no, my understanding is that all of the experts from the interveners are available tomorrow, and in fact would prefer to be done tomorrow rather than Friday, because a couple of them are from out of town and have flights leaving early afternoon Friday.
Okay, and so you've still got some more time. It's about 10 to 5, and on this panel, one particular person has really been under fire. So I mean in a good way.
Okay.
So maybe I'm going to suggest that we break for the day right now, if that's fine with people. So we'll still have people can try to recover. Is there anybody that wants to speak to that?
I just want to advise the panel that the Untitled Tribal Council will not be cross-examining any of the intervener witness panels. As a result of all the exchanges today and the material on the record, there's no need to do that. And we also had a careful reread of Exhibit A42 and Commission Order G to 2023. So as a result of that, we will not be cross-examining the intervener witness panels. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Otherwise, I will assume that there is a need for these panels and they will be cross-examined, and unless Mr. Baselli tells me otherwise.
My understanding is that there are some parties, unless anyone has changed their mind since then, other than Mr. Austin. There are some parties that want to cross-examine other intervener experts tomorrow? No? Yes?
Everyone looks quite stone-faced here.
No one? Does anybody want to cross-examine?
I think Ms. Jubb is not the only one who's tired.
It's a simple question.
Yeah. To be clear, for BCSEA and Vancouver Electric Vehicle Association, if there are intervener witnesses on the panel, then we would reserve the right to ask them some questions. But we're not asking that they be empaneled to provide evidence.
So, Ms. Worth, that leaves you, or BCUAPO, as to whether or not you need or intend to examine, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I guess I am. The intervener experts tomorrow.
Yeah, I am just checking to see if we have anything from our expert.
While you look at that, I will remind the panel that the BCUC staff does intend to ask some questions of this panel, but not of the intervener experts.
Right, so it might be useful for us to make a determination before we stop today as to whether or not intervener expert panels even need to be around tomorrow. Is that correct?
Correct,
yeah. And so it sounds like there's, as you say, only one person on the spot, or Mr. Fish, please come forward.
Mr. Chair, Gavin Fitch on behalf of Clean Energy BC. We did not say in advance that we wanted to cross-examine any intervener panels. That view has not changed. We have our expert. He's here and ready to testify tomorrow. The intention is he'll just provide by way of an opening statement, a very brief summary of his report. I think there are maybe 2 intervener parties who have indicated they may want to cross-examine him. We had also assumed that the commission or commission staff may have questions for our expert. I mean, obviously, if no one has any questions for our expert, I guess there's no need to put them up, but I'm assuming that there might be somebody. So he's here, he's available, and that's our intention.
Right, I understand that, but, the point is if people are here to want to cross-examine someone or not. And so I'm getting back into the swing of chairing, and Mr. Baselli, I'm going to lean on you a fair bit. And yeah, the idea is not to go ahead with a panel if no one wants to cross-examine it.
Right, so I guess I haven't heard from all of the parties unless Ms. Worth has something to add here.
BCOAPO can forego cross-examination of those panels. So.
Okay, so then as far as I was aware and the commission was informed prior to today, then all parties who indicated they were going to cross-examine intervener experts are no longer needing to.
Right.
So there would
It's my suggestion then, or decision, that we not have that panel. Yeah, and we're agreed with that? Yeah. Okay. So that means that we would still, having cleared up this logistics issue, we will break for the day. We will recommence tomorrow at 8:30.
Yes.
With this panel, and to be cross-examined by Ms. Worth as well as the commission. And then and then we're done for the day, I assume, at that point.
And then, yeah, we would adjourn until the workshop on Monday.
That's right. Okay. So I don't have a gavel, but I will call us adjourned. Thank you.
I'm sorry to be a pest about this. What I'm taking from your decision is that the commission has already decided it has no questions for any of the experts. I had
That's my
thought.
understanding.
Okay, all right,
Thank you.
well, if that's the case, so be it.
Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna kill time here. Okay, you guys are okay? All right.
I'm just hoping that we didn't cut somebody out by doing it this way.
I mean, people have put together have done their submissions. And, if anybody wants clarification, I always think of that as the purpose of cross-examination. So anyway, that's my thinking on that.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking on the internet. I'm not sure. I just kind of put BCO.
But, right. Yeah, but they gave us an answer. Yeah, she came up and. Whew. Oh, here, let me get that.
Thank you.
Is that yours? Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
Sorry about my order.
What? Oh, oh, yeah, right. Oh, right. Like at the kitchen, at the dinner table.